We're back again.
Hi, everybody.
Trying to catch Philip.
What?
Starkitty, you look like you're trying to catch Philip. Is he okay?
No, Philip is singing very badly right now, but yes.
Look who it is. It's the gamer Aries. What up, Aries? It's good to see you, sir.
Started.
So happy to see you.
Hi, Aries.
Thank you for joining us, big guy. Big hugs to you. We're going.
So far, so good.
So good, yes.
So good as soon as Philip stops his out of high-pitched singing, but yes.
Hell yeah, we're super excited today. I mean, last week was a like, did you get to watch? I know you were there for part of it, Aries. Were you there for all of it, or did you have to bow out and watch the VOD?
Or the YouTube video.
Or the YouTube video, because
Exclamation point YouTube.
Big changes last week. Big changes. I was there for it and rewatched it. My God, you're a freaking amazing, dude. I wish I could give you like an actual hug. Thank you. So yeah.
Look, I'm
big
sort
changes.
of modding.
A big story arc.
Oh my God!
Partially completed. Like you know, it. They learned something that had been a deep mystery for so long, but it now led to new deep mysteries. And
we're all looking at you, Lorkris.
And
Philip.
By the way, don't let me forget as I'm thinking about it right now, because where you guys are going to be starting is basically making your travel. You know, you're going to start off waking up from the camp with the level up, right? Because I did that. I did the dreams. And we already did the level ups, so we don't have to waste time doing that on stream.
Yes, yeah.
But we probably want to share with Aries that we did level up. We got some new spells.
That we did.
I have these answers that make me more questions. Right?
False prophet.
Yes, false prophet. He's a false prophet. He's a usurping false prophet somehow, or at least from their point of view. From these weird, what do we call them? Deadlocks.
Yes.
Deadlocks, yeah. Yeah, that's it's a spicy.
You need to have a come to Ouija's moment so you can ask her about this.
All she did was just provide a feast. Clearly, I did well. That's the only thing I got out of that. It's like, thank you.
Yeah. So I am curious. Tonight we'll do something a little special. After we do the recap, and everybody does their what stood out to their character the most last week. I do want everybody to tell me how they interpreted what they think their dream meant. And you obviously gave us a little bit of that for now.
Oh yeah. Okay.
We knew what you meant.
Yes.
We thought you maybe were on a mobile and it auto-corrected to profit instead of profit.
You know what's funny is that I read it as profit, as what you intended, Aries, but I now see that it's not. It is false profit.
False money.
Yes.
You are false money.
Monopoly. Oh man. Bad money.
So yeah,
money,
I guess
jiggle.
I'll do the recap and then I'll do the intro and then we'll do all the character stuff. Okay?
Yeah.
Well, no, that's a little out of order, but that's all right. So, well, actually, we're still waiting for people to filter in. So let's do the normal thing. We'll do the intros, yeah. So Aries, of course, knows us, but for anybody else in the background who's new to the channel, hi everyone, I'm StormyD. This is Storm Saga Games. Dungeons and Dragons 5th Ed campaign, Isles in the Mist, and we got some amazing players. The most veteran newbies I have ever met in my life.
This is my first campaign ever.
Yeah, and even Lorkris. I mean,
D&D.
even Fate over here. You know, you're not super. You know, like you've only played a few times, right?
I mean, I played one long campaign that was about a year and a half.
Oh, okay. That's
but
actually.
it wasn't as consistent as this campaign.
Oh,
though
okay.
when we did play, it was like 12 hours at a time. So it was one of those, you know,
Yeah,
classic, like strung out on coffee at like 1 o'clock in the morning, trying to figure out how to do math, and you're like, it's time for bed.
Yep.
Yeah.
I remember those. Oh my goodness, we've done that. But gosh, remember even when we did the Camelot campaign, sometimes we get together early in the afternoon. We'd start at like 1 p.m. and go to 1 a.m.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah. But this is my first like consistent weekly scheduled D&D campaign, as well as my first actual like proper D&D, because I played the Palladium, which is just a D20 system. So
right.
with some elements of like Pathfinder and, you know, 5th Ed, 4th Ed, 3.5, you know, sprinkled in. But
Interesting. Right on. Very cool.
yeah.
Well,
This is my first one.
so since these lovely folks over there chatting us up, let's hear the intros from just Druid. This is your first one. Tell us who you are and who your character is.
I'm Druid IRL. I play Fern, and she is a Circle of Spores Druid. She is a wood elf. Kind of want to throw that out there because I never mentioned what race she is. She is a wood elf.
Which is,
This is
ultra
Chonkapillar.
rare in this world, by the way. And that's Chonkapillar.
This is Chonkapillar.
Chonkapillar.
All hail Chonkapillar.
Mm-hmm.
All hail Chonkapillar. Okay. Yeah.
Jinx. Sorry.
Dinkies.
Yeah.
So,
And,
all
yeah.
right then. Thank you for the intro. Right next to that lovely lady is the super sexy extirpatefate. Introduce yourself, sir, and your character.
What's up, everybody? I'm extirpatefate, or Fate for short, because
Nobody could pronounce your.
yeah, like Stormy, you were like one of the 2 or 3 that got my username correct without having to explain it, and I love that. I love that.
Oh.
In any case, I am playing Lorkris, the Goliath, who is you know what? I think like the Big Short, I think is about right. You know, he's big but short. It's weird. But he's playing. I am playing a Oathbreaker Paladin of Melora and a Path of the Grave Cleric of Weejas. That's is apparently nope. We'll get to that.
And he's short for a Goliath.
Yeah, he's short for a Goliath at like 6'5".
Mm-hmm. Right on. All righty. Well, then right back, swinging back over here, we have my wonderful itsStarkitty. She's a veteran player. She's been playing with me since we've been together for 17 years.
Played a lot of campaigns. But hi everybody. I am Emillynn Ray, played by itsStarkitty. This is Philip. You can't see him. The only person that can see him is Emillynn. The only person that can hear him is Emillynn, but he likes to hover around. Emillynn is a bard, a College of the Battle Singer bard that likes to tell people what to do on the battlefield. And Philip likes to join in too.
Mm-hmm.
Is Philippa, or not Philip, is Emillynn, you're a half-elf, correct?
Yes. I am a half-elf. If you can't quite tell, my ears aren't that pointy, but yes.
They're a little up top. It's
Yes.
a little straight.
I have 4 ears.
Mm-hmm.
And Philip's favorite line is, Lorkris, hit him again.
Yep.
Yes.
back to me, I guess. Obviously, as the DM, I play all the NPCs. The main NPC I play is the party NPC, Rylar the Suffrigant, and yeah, he's a cleric of goo. Basically, he's a warlock of the Great Old One. The idiot savant.
It's accurate.
It's accurate.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it is accurate.
That was literally the way I designed the character. Yes, for sure.
I love it.
And but he's lovable, and this is his family. So okay,
We're a band of misfits that work well together.
Now, would we be considered a band of misfits because you're a bard?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
we're a rock band. Hell yeah.
Except I'm the one that plays all the instruments.
Yes. We're just the production behind Miss Ray.
Yeah.
Well, Rylar does the light show. Fern is the backup dancer. Lorkris is the security at the front of the stage.
That's right. That's right.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, for all of those fans flocking the stage, we have to protect Miss Ray.
Yep.
Yes.
He's the bouncer.
Yeah.
Aries, didn't you once share with me on one of my streams that you were once a bouncer? I think I remember that. So now for the recap, our adventurers explored deep into the sepulcher, the mausoleum. Me, no, I'm the size of one, but no, I am far too gentle. Okay, I don't know where I got that. For some reason, I maybe we chatted about that you could be one or something. I don't remember, but at any rate, so the party members were on a special side quest on their way. You know, their main mission is to make their way to the Goldothian mines now that they are gold level adventurers, and because they not too long ago dealt with a gold level threat, right? And shared some very important information with the MGA and the advanced teams that are working to secure the Goldothian mines. So now, because of all that, the MGA wants them to join in the basically the military expedition in the Goldothian mines, and so that's their primary mission. But their side mission on the way was to clean out an undead infestation, which they did with the plume. Now, it turned out to be way scarier than just an infestation of ghouls and wights. There were some sort of strange, glowing blue, mystical, magical undead there.
Blue light.
They nicknamed or named the Deadlocks. And I think dreadlocks too, because they were dreadful.
Yeah.
And what was interesting was in encountering these deadlocks, they also happened to find their very first root cluster under the ground, which turned out to be some sort of arcane construct for a teleportation network of some kind. And these deadlocks were using it to basically corrupt this mausoleum, this tomb. And on top of that, it turns out that these deadlocks know of Lorkris and see him as some sort of interloper. They called him a false prophet and a usurper. And so they literally see him as an enemy on a personal level, right? So now the party sort of solved one mystery, the mystery of the blue lights. It was one thing that they found interesting that they kind of determined together was the party members can only see the blue teleportation arc happen when they are within range to visually see it. But at first they were trying to figure out, well, why is it that Fern all this time has been able to see it from miles and miles away? And it turns out that their hypothesis is that because she has such a deep connection to the land itself, that she was literally sensing the arcane disturbance in the natural order of the land in those locations. And it showed up in her perception as a visual acuity, even though it wasn't actually something her eyes could see through other things in that far away. But yeah, obviously what's really interesting too is it seems that these deadlocks are, obviously they're undead of some kind, but they seem to be, they don't seem to be using those tunnels that seem to come from the northwestern part of the isle. Instead, they have this teleportation network that comes from the northeastern part of the isle. So the party members kind of have chatted a bit, and they have some minor hypotheses. They wonder if maybe somehow or another, these two peoples are, the humanoids and the undead are at odds with one another. They're not sure. They also found it interesting that these deadlocks all happen to be roughly the same height as Lorkris' race, the Goliaths. Of course, it's hard to tell since they're all, glowing blue skeletal beings. But they did get hold of the bones of one of them to eventually take back to the MGA for study.
Oh, yeah.
And one mystery appears to be solved, one that's been eating at poor Fern for so long. But sadly, the new one is kind of scary for Lorkris, well, for Fern and everybody else, because everybody's worried for Lorkris now. And so it's funny because it seems like the humanoids seem to be following this cult of the bloody eye, and they somehow are targeting Fern for extraction and the rest of the team for extermination. But now they found this new enemy, these deadlocks, these glowing blue undead that seem to be targeting Lorkris for extermination with extreme prejudice. So, yeah, the group has a lot to think about. And our warbard who recruited these two, who's grown so close to them all this time, she must be thinking to herself, damn, who did I recruit? What the hell's going on?
That's partly what she's thinking. The other part is like, if anybody's going after Rylar, they're all gonna die.
Yeah. Very funny.
That's funny. Sorry. All right. So
growing so close to everybody that's like, okay, now I gotta be sort of helicopter parent over Fern. Now I gotta be a helicopter parent over Lorkris and Fern. Rylar, are you not telling me anything?
We shall see.
I swear, if you ask Rylar, are you not telling me anything? You'd be like, there's a lot of things I'd say. I don't tell you when I go to the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then he would turn around and say, but sometimes I do. All right. So
one time that you snuck off and you didn't tell us that you were going to the bathroom, that really scared me. No. I need you to tell me these things.
That's true.
Gotta let a man do his thing in peace, yo.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all the things the captain has to do for her team. Yes.
I know, right? All
yes, right. It's like, is my character ever going to sleep again at night?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Poor thing. Well,
never.
So that's the recap. Now let's let's jump in. And so for each party member, we're going to do it randomly like normal. Not only this time, not only do I want you to tell me what stood out most for your character, I also want to hear your character's interpretation of the dream that they had for their level up. And I apologize for coughing in you guys' ear. Don't know why I can't get rid of this cough. I'm got cough drops. We'll figure it out. All right, here we go. Rolling random. Looks like we pulled up Fern first.
Okay. So now that we know the mystery of the blue light and stuff, that's cool and everything, but I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It makes me really, really uncomfortable. Why is it only after what we fight, Ugh. Anyways, but we killed all of the stinky things at that stupid burial mound, which was cool too. Okay. My dream, and like all of the stress and everything, I have all of these questions and stuff. I feel like my dream is telling me that I can't overthink it too much, or that's not good. So I just need to just kind of like, chill for now. And I will eventually learn all of the things with time. I just have to enjoy the company of all of my friends and stuff.
Right on. Thank you. That was awesome. Lorkris.
I predicted it.
What is this false prophet they speak of? I do not understand. I am no prophet. I am no prophet. I am no usurper. I have not taken anything.
That's what you say.
That I know of. What? Okay, yeah, okay, sure. Bottle up inside, forget about it. Yeah. I got a couple Dolphin minds to deal with. I don't have time to think about this. Otherwise, no.
Gotcha. All right.
And for the dream, it was definitely Lorkris feels that he is doing what is requested of him, and that Weejas is proud. I'm on the right path. Or I'm following the right path.
Right on.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Anything else to add?
Nope.
All righty.
Emillynn
Ray.
Okay. We sort of figured out what was going on with the blue lights that Fern kept seeing. That was nice to at least understand a little bit more about what she's been seeing. But then this whole new can of worms opens up, and it's like, great. Not only do I have one person to worry about, I get two people to worry about. Like, really worry about. What am I going to do? I got to keep everybody safe. If I have to die to keep everybody safe, I will do that as the captain. That is the conclusion I've come to. As far as my dream goes, finding myself in battle, helping out like I normally do, and against a horde of giants of all things. Really interesting. Is it foreshadowing? Are we going to fight giants in the future? But then just the thought of being afraid to lose my friends. I mean, that's definitely a big thing on her mind, more now with the threats against Lorkris. Yeah, just the dream to Emillynn just felt like a lot of all her emotions are coming out in this dream, and you know, she doesn't want to lose her friends, but then she starts playing that tune that she's been trying to perfect for so long. Then when she finally gets to that point, her bow breaks and she can't keep playing. And yeah, sometimes she thinks that maybe she'll eventually get it. She just needs to give herself more time.
Right on. Well, so Rylar, what stood out most to Rylar was that big scary bone claw thing that just about tore up Lorkris. He was like, never seen anything like that before. I mean, he's never seen the glowing blue undead either, but he's like, I can shoot them with my purple beamer, and they weren't that scary. But that big bone claw thing was like this. It was like a nightmare. And he's like, he hopes he doesn't have to see one of those things again. He is happy to be out of that stinky tomb. It smelled like there's lots of poop in there, and he didn't like that very much. So, yeah, like he doesn't tell anybody about his dreams if he even has them. So
we've asked him about dreams before.
He doesn't have
He says he
aspirations.
Say again, Fern.
We've asked him about his dreams before, and he says he doesn't remember them.
Right.
I want to know what he dreams about.
I'll be right back. I got food.
Maybe he dreams about, like, he's Bob Ross.
This Rylar. Just happy little trees. Happy little trees, Rylar. Oh, I love Rylar.
Because, you know, he's an artiste.
Mm-hmm.
He likes to draw. And I'm sure he would love to paint. So I can see Rylar as Bob Ross.
Right on.
In his dreams.
With his, like, big blonde curly hair.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Just standing there with his palette of paint. And just painting.
Just happy little accidents.
Is that a salad you're eating?
I'm making some coffee.
It looks tasty. Wow. What's in it?
No
It's
glasses. It's the no glasses thing.
It's a Southwest veggie salad. It has black beans, onions, cojita cheese, like a chipotle dressing.
Did it come from
Black
the same
beans.
place as his pizza, or did you make it from home?
I ordered from 2 different places because I didn't want pizza.
Oh, well, okay.
I was feeling extra lazy today.
No, that's all right. We did the same thing. I mean, we didn't order from 2 different places, but we get it. Yep.
I got my brother something from pizza.
Oh, okay. So you didn't order
Made
from
it worth it.
3 different places.
Yeah, just 2 different places. The boys got pizza.
Okay. Well. So, yeah, you guys wake up that morning, you've had your dreams, and you all feel more confident, more capable than you did before. And Lorkris's eyes are noticeably greener than they were before. They're really, it's becoming an obvious kind of greenish glow now.
Oh, yay.
It's
Lorkris.
ironic. I was thinking it's kind of funny and ironic that eventually you may have to use that special ability you have to literally do the opposite of what you normally do with it.
Yeah.
instead of giving yourself cool glowing eyes, you're going to use it to take away the cool glowing eyes so that you can look like a normal person.
Lorkris, your eyes are really, 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 really green now.
Your eyes are really, 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 really still.
Yeah, but yours are like really green. Mr. Ray, look at his eyes. They're really green.
Yeah,
They're like
they're
extra
glowing.
hero-
Lorkris is gonna cover his eyes with his hands.
Rylar,
What?
look at Lorkris's eyes. They're really, really green now.
I know. Look at them. They're like glowing almost. You can see this like a little green halo around them.
Yeah. They're like super cool. I'm kind of jealous that your eyes are glowing.
I imagine this is all happening as Lorkris is stuffing his face with breakfast. Like,
During breakfast, yes. So Rylar asks, so we did the mission, boss lady?
Yes.
We're going to the next one now?
Yes.
That's at the Galadian mines?
Galdathian mines, yes.
Cool. How far away is that? I will switch to the quick full map scene.
what, isn't it like 4 days?
From where you guys are at? No, it's probably probably 3 days and 2 nights.
Okay.
Or like
Miss
2.5
Ray.
2.5 days and 2 nights.
Miss Ray, I was using my brain and stuff for once. And I have this really, really cool spell where I can have an animal or some bird. I can like ask a bird to like fly all the way to a Jocko, and it can communicate with him with like 25 words or something.
So you mean like a messenger in a way?
Yeah. So I can like send a message to Jocko and be like, we killed all the dead there, but shit's crazy, but we're going to the mines. Or something. So he knows or something. I don't know.
That's definitely something we can look into and play around with.
I mean, she could just she's saying, well, okay. Rylar says, so you could just cast the spell on a bird and have it fly to Mr. Jocko and tell him that stuff?
Yeah.
We should do it, right, Miss Ray?
I just wish that we had a spell where somebody could just talk straight into somebody else's mind, but from far away. That would be so cool. But yes, I can ask a bird to fly that far to Mr. Jocko. And
That's
tell him
very-
we are alive.
That's very interesting.
Should
I
we
forgot about it.
ever send it today?
We should. All right, Fern,
Like,
let's
Jocko, we got
see this
so
spell.
much to tell you. But I can only say like 25 words or something, so I need help because I'm not good at not saying a lot of stuff.
Okay, so you said there's a word limit?
Yeah? Hold on, wait, yeah. Yeah? Yes.
There's also a time limit.
Yeah, it only lasts for 24 hours too. So,
That's actually not an issue because the distance isn't very far for birds. Can travel very far, a lot farther than you would anticipate, very quickly. So you could definitely have a bird make that trek in less than 24 hours easily.
okay. So it delivers the message
Well, I think the Rylar says, I really liked the message that you said, Miss Fern. It seemed perfect.
We are alive. We killed all the things. We got shit to tell you.
Or if you want to simplify it, we can go Jocko. Mound complete. Team is doing good. On way to mines. Lots to talk about when we get back.
Say that one more time.
Jocko. Mound complete. Team is good.
Okay. Team good. Team is good.
On our way to mines. Lots to discuss when we get back.
Mine's weird as heck. Lots
Or
to talk.
Rylar's like, oh, okay.
And get back.
Just think of it as like a tweet.
It is.
A legit tweet.
It's literally a tweet.
It is this world's version of Twitter.
It is a D&D version of a tweet. You're sending it via a bird, for crying out loud.
Send your tweet now, Fern.
God. But okay, I have to describe. So I have to describe the person, right? And then it goes straight to the one, like to the first person that matches that description.
Uh-oh.
It's said in my voice.
But can you also send them to a specific location based upon the description?
The target beast travels for the duration of the spell towards that specific location.
So
it's basic, yeah.
Mention your tree in the garden. That's a specific location.
There's going to be like by the water. There's going to be a place like a building that has like a big old tree in the back that has a face on it. You're gonna want to talk to the dwarf that's there. And then I describe Jocko.
Jocko's not a dwarf, and she's a gnome.
Who's a gnome?
The admin.
No, she's a halfling.
Oh, halfling. Renata.
And you're right, he's not a dwarf. Have you thought he was a dwarf all this time?
No.
Yes.
Because he was described looking like a dwarf, but he's a human.
Right. He's short.
He's a dwarf.
Like a dwarf, but he's not a dwarf. Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I got you. I got to see what you're saying though. Your character described him as a dwarf because he looks like a dwarf, even though he's a human.
He looks like a dwarf.
Okay.
I thought he was.
You thought he was?
100%.
Yeah.
And again, most people are dwarves compared to Lorkris.
That's true.
I imagine the halfling looks like a baby.
Okay, so I'm going to point at the bird. Hello, bird.
You press send?
I press send.
All right. Awesome.
Yeah.
So, was that a new spell that you got, Miss Fern? It's not new?
No.
Oh. Well, I learned some new stuff. Did you guys learn some new stuff?
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
We should talk about what we learned, right? Because we do that, and we can help each other out better. I'll go first. I didn't really learn much.
But you learned something, right?
Yeah, I for some reason I think it's really hard for people to they can't get in my head. And,
Infiltrate.
yeah, that word. And I also since I've been paying attention to Miss Fern doing that weird chili bony finger spell, I learned that too, and so that I can help out when if we ever face any more trolls and stuff.
Oh, Rylar.
And that's
You're
it.
gonna use it so much better than I use it. because I always forget that I have that spell.
Oh, well, I help you remember if I don't forget.
Yay!
And
the two most forgetful characters trying to remind each other.
Is that like the blind leading the blind?
Yeah.
All right. So he's like, that's all. Like that's it for me. I get goo with being stingy today.
I have a question, Rylar.
Uh-huh.
Did you dream about anything last night?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Mm-mm.
You didn't like talk to Goo? He didn't like send you like a vision or something?
Uh-uh.
How do you know that you learned all these things, Rylar?
I don't know. I
When you
just
go
know
to
it.
bed, do you see pictures in your brain and they tell you stories and stuff? Tell me what goes on in your head at night when you are sleeping.
What goes on in my head at night when I'm sleeping is the backs of my eyelids.
This is a druid mystery that needs to be solved.
It's an acceptable answer.
Well, that's it. And for me, how about you? How about you, big boss man? What you get, Lorkris?
I feel the ick of that mausoleum still lingers, yet controlled. And he's gonna step off to the side because he has no way to explain it. He has no way to really like understand what this is other than he just feels like the ick, and he's gonna cast Spirit Shroud.
By the way, I had forgotten to turn on the music. I just now turned it on. So Spirit Shroud, that's that really badass DP, like AoE around you DPS spell?
That's Spirit Guardians.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Spirit Guardians
so
is an awesome spell when you can take it.
I can.
Yeah.
I can. But the Spirit Shroud, I think, fits, especially after what we just did. So it's, you call forth spirits of the dead, which flit around you for the spell's duration. Until the spell ends, any attack I make deals 1d8 extra damage when it hit a creature within 10 feet of you. The damage can be radiant, necrotic, or cold, my choice when I cast, and any creature that takes damage can't regain hit points until the start of my next turn.
Wow. So now 3 of us have an anti-regeneration spell. Wow.
On top of that, any creature of my choice that I can see that starts its turn within 10 feet of me has its speed reduced by 10 feet until the start of my next turn.
Wow.
Jeez.
Yeah. And I imagine that that the spirits that are like flitting around are like really kind of small, look like Will-o-the-Wisp, but like blink like Fern's like bugs that she creates, like the fireflies, where they're kind of like,
Oh, like little yeah, I got you. Little green fireflies blinking in and out around you. I got it.
but they're trailing wispy like Will-o-the-Wisp
Yeah.
ghosts. Yeah.
Nice. Very cool. All right. Well, how about Lady Fern? What did you learn, Lady Fern?
You know how sometimes when we are fighting bad guys and they come too close to me and then there's like a fart that comes out and they have to take like poison damage and stuff?
I remember it's really funny when you do that.
I know, you're the only one that appreciates my humor like that. Now I can throw the fart 30 feet away.
Whoa, it's like a super high-powered poop.
Yeah,
Is that projectile?
it's a projectile fart.
That's amazing. I can't wait to see it in the battles.
That's really it. And for Ares, just so you know, with this level up, I can do 40 temporary hit points now. So you're welcome. There's that knowledge just for Ares.
That's all of us, but what about Captain Lady? It's Ray.
Well, I definitely feel smarter in my arcane knowledge. And
Oh, out of character, did you pick your other expertise?
yes,
Which one?
I just put it in persuasion.
Ah,
That's
beautiful.
Pretty good, yeah.
Fitting. I like it.
I get to double my proficiency in my persuasion.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
So that's this is a good shopping episode's coming up. Just kidding.
Well, I get to roll. It's a plus 14 to whatever I roll, and then with my luck stone, it's a plus 15. Yeah, I mean, our proficiency is 4. You double it to 8, and persuasion is based off charisma, which is mine is a 6.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like I feel smarter in my arcane knowledge, and definitely we could probably persuade anybody to buy anything, but because of my knowledge in arcane and just watching the other spellcasters, I've got some. I think I've picked up a thing or two. I'm looking around. How could I not make anything set on fire?
There, yeah, where you're at in a campsite, there's no. I mean, there's a grassy field not far away, but you still kill lots of stuff.
Yeah, Fern wouldn't like that.
Because you arguably detonate it like midair, right? Because it's a point.
Yeah,
you
no,
can
that's
see.
true. You could detonate it midair.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I'll do. I'll point my finger up into the air. I've picked up this spell. Fireball.
Nice. Classic fireball. Kaboom! She explodes a fireball in midair, and yeah, it's as spectacular as everyone would expect.
And I've also picked up another spell that I've learned from observing.
Observing whom?
I look at Rylar and go, purple beamer.
What?
Cast purple beamer.
At what?
The tree in front of me.
You cast the purple beamer, Miss Ray?
Yes!
Did you make a? Are you a cleric of goo now too?
No, I'm a cleric of you, Rylar. I've learned purple beamer from watching you.
You can do that?
Yes.
Whoa.
Well, I mean, Rylar, I did learn this from you, and I will hold Ray of Enfeeblement.
All
Whoa.
hail Rylar! All hail Rylar!
You got my purple beamer and you got my big black butt blaster.
Mm-hmm.
And you learned from me.
That's
Touch.
right.
I'm gonna go up to the tree that's Miss Ray shot at, and I'm just going to pet it.
Sorry, Fern.
Oh, he's okay. He's so strong and tough and stuff, you know. He's used to deer like coming up with their antlers and like destroying the bark and stuff. So it's okay. I just wanted to tell it that we were not mad at him.
At least I was trying not to set anything on fire with fireball.
That's true. That is true.
That's so cool. That's kind of spooky. That's really neato that you know how to do that.
Yes, I've learned from watching you.
So, wow, that's cool. Oh, I don't know how to feel about that. I'm happy for you, Miss Ray. Apparently, Goo decided to bless you with some knowledge and stuff.
Maybe. Philip, are you goo?
Or you're really good at figuring stuff out.
Well, I mean,
Oh, Philip is goo probably.
No, Philip's not Goo.
it was with talking to Philip and on my watches and just trying to understand the arcane arts even more that he helped me figure it out.
Well, at least I don't think he is. I don't. I don't know actually, since I can't see or hear him. I suppose he could be.
Philip's denying it, but
Oh.
who knows?
Huh. Wow. So
Philip just keeps saying he's Philip.
does that mean that you can shoot? Can you shoot two of them like I can shoot two of them?
Yes.
Whoa. So that's cool. That means that, and you are you better at shooting with that than you are with your crossbow?
Yes.
Well, I guess we'll have to find some other interesting weapon to hide in your violin then, right? Huh? What, Fern?
Player to DM, I need to roll my charges for my staff.
Roll it.
Okay. I don't know if you wanted to roll it or if you wanted me to.
No, that's
But-
fine. I appreciate you asking me. That was very, 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 very cool of you.
It's only been like 2 sessions since I've rolled for my staff.
Yeah, it's one of those things where that's a mechanic that they did in 5th ed that didn't exist in previous eds. That's a little less efficient than the older way of doing things, but whatever.
I could
Roll
get
a
a
6!
I could get a second rapier and put it in my violin. And I will name the second one Stick It with the Pointy End.
All right, so now that we know everybody knows each other's stuff,
From our level ups.
you guys get on your wonderful horses and feed them and
Love that.
rub on them and make them happy and head on out to the north.
Before we leave, I go hug the tree that I cast an Eldritch Blast at. And apologize.
And you think better that next time you'll find like a rock or something instead, huh?
Yes, but I would probably still apologize to the rock too.
All right, you guys are heading out, and I will say this to you: the first day and night are uneventful. The second day, you actually end up running across a small MGA soldier patrol. Since you're heading, closer to the Goldothian mines, and they just happen to be coming down this way, and they
I see them like, everybody present your gold poppers.
they come over to check in with you. Oh, who goes there?
Hello, we are from Jocko's Relic Hunters.
Oh, is it so?
Yes.
We see you have gold poppers. Are
Yes.
you heading up to the mines?
We are.
All right. Well, safe journeys to you. We're out on
Are you
patrol.
guys okay?
Would you say?
What was that, my lady?
You being safe, okay?
We will. You too. Actually, yeah. Because of the particular area that you guys are traveling in, I'll quickly pop over to this map so you guys can see. It's pretty clear all the way up from across the you guys cross the river obviously on the after the about the end of the first day, and then you are crossing the green fields straight up to the Golothian mine entrance. Of course, once you get there, you find there's a fortress, a small stone fortress, basically a pretty, it's a castle, but it's a smaller, fortress style, obviously something they're building up and enhancing and growing over time, but it's, nothing spectacular or anything. It's just a keep, right? And you see a large number of soldiers, doing drills, probably a couple of companies worth. And they're doing drills and doing some training and, marching in formation. And you see a couple of around the keep you see a couple of caravans that look like they're getting ready to, getting prepared to head probably back to Misty City, and looks like there's a group of a couple of adventuring groups that are going to be protecting the caravan on the way back. As you get closer, you kind of take note they're silver poppers, and
oh, they're little babies.
Those were the days.
Yeah. And nearer to the keep, you see what look like obviously slightly more important soldiers and guards. But they, as you approach from a distance, some riders come out to greet you guys.
RPC?
Yeah, back to RP scene, thank you. Oops. Did that not work? Because I was not hitting it yet. And once you greet them and stuff, we don't need to role play it, but once you greet them and they greet you, they ask you state your business, you explain who you are, and they say, "Oh, yes, we've been expecting you, and please, follow us. We'll take you into the keep to meet with the." I believe it's, yeah. You're gonna meet with General Horvath, the field commander of the Advanced Explorer Armies. He's currently in a, like your timing, they say, as you're traveling upwards, towards the keep to go inside, he tells you your timing is impeccable because it looks like they just started a debrief of mission status that they're getting ready to go over with Captain Rigel and Captain Rigel, who's the Delver Infantry Regiment captain. And you guys are escorted. They say they have one of their squires take your horses over to the nearby stables. And of course, as you get closer to the keep, you note up near the mountain. Of course, this keep is near the Godothian mine entrance, which is in the mountains, right? And so you notice now it's you can see the operation there. It's a large entrance, easily a 20-foot tall, 20-foot wide entrance to this mine. And yes, Fern.
If you didn't make the entrance so big, that the giants and stuff won't be able to come out of it.
The guy responds to you and says, ma'am, I don't make those kinds of decisions. I'm just here to escort you in. You can tell General Horvath that if you want.
I think she's saying if you have a suggestion box, drop that in.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you for the feedback. I believe all the engineers and miners are the ones who made that entrance, quite some time ago. And then, great role playing, by the way. Totally exactly what your character would say.
But hers or mine?
No, well, both of you.
See, I picked up on you, Fern. I picked up on you.
As I was saying,
You're so good.
Trying to make your feedback sound more positive.
You see the entrance, and of course there's mining gear and equipment. There's actually a rail system, with your mining carts going in and people coming out and stuff like that. And I'm gonna grab myself another cough drop. As you guys make your way into the keep, it's not a large keep, so basically the first there's one entryway room, and then there's stairs leading up to, it looks like there's probably some sort of kitchen slash sorry, wow, dining area in the back, and maybe a officer's barracks, and you suspect there's officer's barracks up the stairs, the different levels, and then defensive stuff. Then over to the right, there's a larger meeting room, and sure enough, there's a bunch of people there. Some, as you are taken in, you're introduced by the soldier. He says, he goes up to the guard that's guarding the room, the door. You know, it's an open doorway, but you guys can see through the doorway as the two guards are talking to each other. And in the room, there's a fairly large stone table that people are all kind of hovering over. There's a map on the table and some other scrolls and documents. And there's one person who looks to be some sort of leader type. And he looks like kind of a middle-aged, stocky warrior human. And he's got the frosty beard and thick, dark, curly hair. You can see a little bit under his chain coif, and but he's wearing plate armor, very fancy-looking plate armor with the MGA herald on it, and then around it, it looks like some very impressive-looking people. A couple of other MGA soldiers that are obviously leader types based upon their gear, probably the captains that you were told are going to be at this meeting. But then also you notice a number of other people kind of standing in a semicircle for this meeting. And you get this kind of really strong sense of kind of this, your instincts kick in, is these are very, very powerful beings, very powerful people. You've felt this before, and you actually happen to recognize one of the people at this meeting, one of these people in this fancy adventurer gear is Fulcrum. And so you kind of get the idea that, and then there's some other folks there, and you get the idea that several of these folks are probably the leaders of their adventuring group. And the guard that's escorting you in speaks to the guard at the door, as the guard at the door first says, sorry, the meeting just started. No entry right now. No one. They don't want to be disturbed. And then the guard that's escorting you says, I believe these folk would. Well, I was ordered. We were ordered to bring them directly, even if there was a meeting in session. And the guard says,
let us in.
And the guard says, who are they? And he said, this is Mr. Jocko's relic hunters. Oh, that's right. Yes. Let me see your papas, gold papas. Yes. What's
It's the Fern doing this.
who's the leader of your group?
That would be me.
And he says, "And can you confirm that you're Mr. Jocko's Relic Hunters?"
Yes, my name is Emillynn Ray, part of Mr. Jocko's Relic Hunters.
All right. Well,
Sure, you've heard of her.
so yes, I believe that they will want to see you all, even have the meeting interrupted. He goes in, and they all kind of stop. First, the general and one of the captains look a little irritated, but then they, after he says what he says, you know, they look up and see you guys, and he just kind of motions like that, and then the guard comes back and lets you guys go in, and you guys.
I go straight to Fulcrum.
All right.
I'm like,
And I just go up next to him and I'm like shaking with excitement, but I'm trying to be good because it's obviously very serious. But I'm just like,
I look at Lorkris, and I'm like, go follow her.
So
he should not be in here. This seems too professional.
I would also like to note that this entire time for being escorted in, Lorkris is like keeping his gaze down because he's now hyper. Eyes are very much glowing green. So he's like, "Yep."
well,
As it's glowing outwards.
can't you use your ability?
Thaumaturgy only lasts for 1 minute.
But that's will. It's a cantrip.
It is, but it does require a verbal component. Sit there and just be like.
All right, so you decided not to do it.
I mean,
That's okay. That's all right.
yeah, yeah.
So as you come up, you know, standing next to Fern, she's standing next to Fulcrum. You take you find a spot kind of behind him, and you find a spot. Some of the captains move aside and let you in, and Rylar kind of follows and stands behind you, and and Fulcrum kind of looks at you guys, and he glances at, and he does a double take with Lorkris, looking in his eyes, and you notice that some of the other people at the table also kind of do a double take, looking at Lorkris's eyes.
Don't
But
stare at him. It makes him really uncomfortable when you stare at him like that. Okay.
they all look around, and the general looks down at you and says, "We'll take that into consideration, young lady. Thank you for."
Yeah. So be nice to him, okay?
It's okay.
No, it's not. Staring is rude. You told me that.
She's got you there, Lorkris.
So you all came at a good time. We were just about to begin. We just started our meeting.
Sorry we were late to the meeting.
Well, but you're, as far as my calculations are concerned, you're a half day early, so I can't complain about that. By the way, I'm General Horvath, and I'm the field commander of the advanced armies. And so it's very good that you all are here early and here for the meeting. I shall quickly make introductions. Actually, we need to get to the meeting, so in the end, once the meeting is over, go around and introduce yourselves to whom you see fit to the matter for the meeting. Actually, since you're here, we can actually talk about the exactly what's going on in the mines. Our next, what we plan to do in the campaign next, and if you're as good as they say, then you'll be ready to go for the mission that we have for you right away. So.
I'm all pulling out my paper, my quill and ink, and I'm like, all right, I'm ready. Let's do this.
Excellent. Very, very good.
He's the best note taker.
So, you all take a look. He says, first, take a look at this map that we have here on the table. And I am going to surprise you guys with this.
I'm so excited!
All right. He says, please understand, this is not perfect. This map is not to scale. This is an overarching campaign map for the deeper part of the inner mines, of the Goldothian mines. To be clear, in this bottom section down in the southeast part of the map, the very bottom tunnel that you see here, this is the entrance to the first sector, but that is actually quite a ways in. The actual mines proper that we've been mining in is a section that's roughly a 3 square mile area. To be clear, just so you understand the scale of this map, each one of these hexes is 1 mile.
Oh.
So, if you count them up, going from south to north, it's 13 miles straight up. Out of character, I didn't count from left to right, but he says, so, to clarify, each one of the sections that we call the sectors on this map, those areas are not drawn to scale. In other words, if you are to find yourselves in one of those sectors, the actual look of that area will be quite different than what you see here. This is meant to be sort of like a placeholder, as if they were islands, as it were, right? And so, for example, if you go to, once you actually go to the first section, once you make your way deeper into the mines, section A, just to be clear that most of the other people here at this meeting already know this, but we need to make sure that we clarify things for you all, since we're going to go ahead and tell you your first mission. This is actually quite excellent that you're here now. It means that we can speed up our timetable for this. So, are you all with an understanding? As you can see, the way the map is described here, the areas in blue are all MGA controlled. The areas in the green color are contested zones. And finally, the red areas are all cult controlled. We call it we're calling it the Bloody Eye Cult. Now, it has taken us quite some time to push this far. Back to the actual mines. When you go into the entrance here, locally, there's several miles, 3 or 4 square miles of mines in a circular pattern, but you'll be taken beyond that to our deep tunnel. And the deep tunnel is another 8 miles all on its own, and it leads to Sector A on the map, which is in the lower right corner. That's our primary staging area. Also, obviously, our primary encampment stronghold. Also, to clarify, you can see certain areas where we have these tent symbols on the map. Those tent symbols are there to show that those are encamped strongholds. In some of those sections, you can also see that we have... My brain just fried.
It's
Ramparts?
Are those like walls?
Yeah, there's a name for them.
Rampart?
Yes, thank you. We have ramparts, which are basic. There's another word that I was using, but rampart works. These are our ensconced positions. You will also note at certain locations we have a few these little round symbols. Those are temporary towers. So on top of the ramparts and the towers, those are fairly entrenched positions. Those are very defensible strongholds. As you can see in the red areas, the enemy has had much time to do the same. These squares are their towers, and then they also have ramparts as well in a few sections. Again, the green areas are contested zones. Those are areas where we're constantly vying for position. And we have not been able to truly encroach further than those contested zones because our forces are spread thin. We're trying to come up, our master tacticians and myself have come up with a new long-term plan for this campaign. We're confident that it will work. We're calling it the Final Gambit. But the first mission of this gambit will, there's going to be several for different people here, but we will talk about Mr. Jocko's Relic Hunter's import here. So just to clarify, Mr. Jocko's Relic Hunters, we got your reports regarding what happened at the tower. All those details were very important and very useful. There's more to it than you might realize. And as soon as we're done with this meeting, at certain junctions in the meeting, I will open the floor to questions. So please.
Okay, good, because I have one.
Very good. Write your question down. Don't forget it, young lady, and we will go over it. But let me continue explaining how the map works. So again, as you can see, these tunnels are very long, miles in length. Some of them are over a mile wide. The areas, once you get to the sector, are basically going to be either a series of mines, a series of connected tunnels and mines, perhaps a cave. It's various, and it's going to be different than what you see here. They're just meant to be representatives. Also to clarify, as you can see, there are points of contact on this map where unfinished tunnels have spread out. Also want to clarify that not all of these tunnels were made by us. In fact, right now, the only tunnels that were made by us are in blue, although one of the tunnels that is in blue that we are in control of, we did not make. And that's part of a future mission that we will discuss. Basically, the enemy has found in the past strange ways to build tunnels, surprise tunnels, secret tunnels. And it has been a quite frustrating experience, to say the least. So, now, having said all that, the most important zone on this map is Zone G. Zone G is the primary base of operations for the majority of the humanoid army. They are absolutely entrenched in this position. It is a fortress. It is a veritable stronghold. They've done a remarkable job of holding their other positions as well. But that particular area is the strongest. Now you will note at the very top of G, just before you get to L, there is this symbol here, this line that demarcates the tunnel leading northward. That line that demarks there is a effectively a wall and two massive stone doors. Those were already here long before we ever arrived. We have been able to, in the past, had some of our more advanced stealthy scouts make it just barely far enough past to far enough past to see that beyond those stone doors is a tunnel that leads to a massive bridge in sector. Is that I or L? I can't read it from. It's L, right? Yeah. Sector L is the farthest to the north that we have gone. Now, if you notice the symbols that are on the left and the right of Sector L, that is to denote that Sector L is not a tunnel. It is a bridge, a massive stone bridge going across an unfathomably huge chasm. And because we haven't been able to scout much very, very far into that, we don't know how deep it goes or how far to the left and right it goes. We do know that at the end of the bridge is another set of these massive stone doors. When I say massive, I mean 50 feet in height. Now, just to clarify, we know that the chasm could easily extend left and right beyond what you see on the map, because the areas in Sector K and Sector I are elevated. So, whereas Sector G and Sector L are de-elevated. So they're at a lower level. So that's why we know that the chasm could go farther. We don't really know where, since we have not been able to make it out there. So, for now, and since I've described this to everybody, does anybody have any questions so far from what I've said to make sure that we're all clear?
No.
Yes, by the way, what is this little elf's name?
My name is Fern.
Fern, yes. Mr. Jocko's Relic Hunters. I've heard amazing things from your reports about you being able to call forth lightning from the skies that won't be useful down in the mines, but I'm confident that you will have other capabilities, yes?
I have a couple of little tricks up my sleeve and stuff, you know. But I do have a question, okay?
Yes, what is your question, lady?
Okay, so, so we've spent some time with like guards and stuff, and they like to play this really cool game called Dragon Chess. And they talk about gambits and stuff all the time and everything. But what you have to do is you have to sacrifice something in order for it to be a gambit. So are you like actually trying to sacrifice us or something? Is that why it's called the gambit?
No, some of the people, the captains and him and even Fulcrum, they all kind of chuckle a little bit, and they chuckle and they're shaking their heads. No, normally you're right that we call it a gambit because our eventual plan is to.
It's okay, I understand if you don't have another word for it, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't trying to sacrifice us in order for us to get... Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. Actually, it's a very good question. The reason why we've called it a gambit is because the intent is to feign a weakness at a particular point later on in the campaign. And our intent is to effectively try and split their forces enough that we can... Dadgum, I'm sorry. Let me grab another...
Cough drop.
Drink some tea with honey, Stormy.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna take a spoonful of honey.
Yeah.
I really don't know why, Mike. I even took an allergy pill, hoping that would help.
I only half heard.
It's just so tickled. Ah.
Okay. I have another question.
Yes.
Okay, so the other day I was talking to one of my plant friends, and they were talking to their plant friends that are up here around the mines and stuff, and they were saying that little goblin creatures were like digging more tunnels and stuff underneath the mines and everything. Do you guys have another druid out here that are talking plants and stuff to wonder where they are digging and stuff?
So, that is an excellent question. I will have,
He's like, I'm trying to make tea right now.
You're trying to what?
I said, you're just over there trying to make tea right now.
No, actually I'm not, but yeah, I probably should. Could you make me some tea, hon?
Sure, which kind of tea do you want?
Oh, I don't know, something that'll help my throat.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's right. You guys are only seeing this, aren't you?
Yeah, we can't see you.
Okay. Well, here, since we're in role playing, I'll go back and forth to the map when we need to. He said, so General Horvath says, I'll have Captain Rigel explain that. What was your question again?
So when I was talking to one of my plant friends the other day, they were saying that there were like little goblins that were digging underneath the mines and everything.
Oh yeah.
And I was wondering if you guys had like a druid that was up here trying to like talk to the plants and everything.
Yeah, Captain Rigel says, no ma'am, we don't have a druid. Those are so rare that, or at least the druid that is a member of one of the adventuring parties, he is not able to use those kinds of abilities. I'm not sure he's a different kind of druid or something, but the bottom line, we have not been able to do that. So your group, you know, despite the fact that you're a new Gold Papa team, are being brought in on this very important mission because of your capabilities and also because of your report. And the general pipes in at that point and says, yes, your report was excellent. From when you were at the tower, you explained that you seem to have come to this hypothesis that there are a series of tunnels leading throughout the northeast of the land and may actually be coming from the Goldothian mines. And we had begun, because of what had happened, we'd begun to wonder if something like that was true. And your report basically helped to solidify our theory that there is some sort of series of secret tunnels at a different position or layer under the Goldothian mines. We have not been able to locate such a thing, despite our best dwarven engineers. But that's because the minerals in these mountains defy mystical scrying and even the best abilities of dwarves to tone out and discern the potentially other tunnels that might exist. We've had, just to clarify, to go back to the map and show you, we've had some of our mage from adventurers try and locate potentially entrances to secret tunnels, but as you can see, these tunnels stretch on for miles in many instances. And so because of their limitations of that ability to be able to find magic only in certain small time frames, it's taking, if you can imagine, it's taking an inordinate amount of time for our mages to find any potentially, there's definitely they're not secret or concealed, because otherwise our elven folk would be able to find them easily. So the only hypothesis that we have at this time is that perchance some of these, if there are secret tunnels, these secret tunnels must be hidden by some sort of illusion magic, as opposed, thank you.
Needs to steep for a little while.
Some sort of illusion magic, as opposed to, being secret or concealed. So if that is the case, the problem then is that, the ability to detect magic only can last as long as the spell. But if you're traveling for miles, you never know when to cast a spell at the right moment. So you have to inch forward. You get the idea. It takes a ridiculous amount of time for mages to try and find secret tunnels that they don't even know where to seek them. So,
I have a question.
Yes. Before you ask your question, just want to clarify. Based upon your reports, the detailed reports, apparently someone in your group is able to detect magic at will. Is this true?
Yes.
Well, that's why, one of the big reasons why you're here, your group.
I turn and look behind me. Rylar?
You say that Rylar looks behind him?
Rylar, step up to the table.
Sorry, I needed to roleplay that. You do that again?
Yeah, I turn around because Rylar is standing behind me. I'm like, Rylar,
He looks behind. Oh, what? What?
come step up to the table.
He does.
Come here, Rylar.
He scratches his head. Hi.
Yes, Rylar here can detect magic at will.
So, all right. Well, if you don't mind, after we've gone over the mission briefing, we'd like to have one of our MGA magical associates test this capability, if that's all right with you. It's kind of
Been
important.
tested.
It's important that it turns out to be true, because we don't want to send you on this mission if it's not possible. Although technically speaking, that's actually the second mission we plan to send you on.
I look at
But it is
Rylar
true.
going, Rylar, is that okay with you?
He's like, sure. and then General Horvath says, now I believe that your Goliath had a question there. I believe your name is Lorkris, yes?
Aye.
What is your question, sir?
If detecting magic in short bursts is not viable, why not mimic? And he'll take his helm. This constantly gives me dark vision. I'm sure your mages can create something that will constantly detect magic.
No.
No?
Nope. That is not a technology we've been able to develop for some reason. Our best and brightest magical minds are not able to have detect magic be a constant thing on an enchantment on a magical item.
What's that turtle? What's his name?
Love him. He was so cool and stuff.
Oh, you're talking
His
about
name?
glow stick? No, that's not it.
No.
Something like that.
Archibald Glowmaker.
Glowmaker. Mr. Bald.
So do you say something about him?
Yeah, I'll almost kind of like say it to the group, like that turtle, the Glowmaker.
Glowmaker.
Archibald,
I wonder if
yes.
he has some insight.
Yes,
on
I
this.
believe he was recently brought. We got reports that he finally made landfall. That's true?
He did.
He is quite talented.
He's very talented.
Well,
He's so cool.
I'm
He's
sure
a
that
giant turtle.
MGA leadership back home will already have him put to work for such a task then.
If there's anybody that can do it, it's him, I think.
Did you all have any other questions so far?
When you say there's a tunnel that you have not made that we now control, which is that?
All right, to clarify, do you see this this small dark tunnel in lower the southern section of the map?
Aye.
That was not built by us.
Interesting.
And it was not built by, it was built after we had already built out these mines. Before we had actually, if you remember correctly, a few months ago was when the emergency happened that we had apparently broken through an area that was what unleashed this horde of humanoids. Well, it was after that they built this tunnel. They did it in secret. Now, obviously, we've since taken control of that area, so it's now our tunnel. But we didn't build it. The enemy did, and they used it to dramatic effect. We lost some good people.
Do you have an idea on how long it took them to build such a lengthy tunnel? Or do you have an idea on the rate at which they can expand?
I believe our engineers indicated that they had worked on it for quite some time. About the, of course, to clarify the history of the Goldathian mines, the blue areas are the mines that we built, right? But while we were building them, apparently, the enemy already had tunnels in place in this area. And they built many of these while we were building. So it happened over a period of years.
Is there any flora that lives in these tunnels that you know of?
Or fauna. Like bats and stuff.
There's the usual type of, I guess, molds and fungi and such.
Ooh, those are some of my favorites.
They all kind of look funny when she says that. But
when they all look at me when they all look at me funny, a spider crawls across my face.
Some of the people kind of they kind of freak out at that.
Where's Chonkapillar right now on you?
100% on the top of my head.
So, Aries just says, Fern, I hate you. So, all right. So,
no hate on Fern.
Where were we?
Fern is so lovable.
Yeah. All right, back to it. So, he says, all right. So, to clarify, our long-term goal, obviously, is to root out the enemy stronghold, the enemy fortress at G. All the other sectors where they are entrenched are basically support for their armies in an attempt to push forward. We're working on the final prep, the final details of the ultimate push of the mission, and so I won't go into the details of that yet, because we need to get to that point first. There's several individual missions that must be undertaken by multiple teams, by our armies, in order to get us to the point where we can actually enact what we're calling the final gambit. All right? So the first part I will explain to you that you all will be involved in, if you so agree to, is what we call your mission 1. Mission 1 for you, I believe we've codenamed the West Flank Maneuver. What we want to do is to push back the western flank and secure a new forward stronghold linking sector excuse me wow, linking sector F and sector J over on the west, the left. So to do that, the plan is such. Crystal Hedge, Alpha Team, Stenolf's First Dragoons, which is their one of their sub-guilds, their Alpha Team, who only just recently made their gold poppers as well, and Renly's Bonejack Marauders, Team B, combined with one company of MGA soldiers who will act as support and communications, will make an assault at F with the intent of driving the forces all the way back to I. Once they have pushed past the cross section from J to I, your mission is to assault and clean out Sector J, so that we will then control it, and we will set up our ramparts at the junction point. So, the bottom line is the way their plan is going to work. The three teams we have chosen and a company of MGA soldiers will push forward. Once they give the signal, you will come forward. You will not assist them in their push forward. We want to save all of your resources for you all to assault Sector J. We call that area the Giant Escarpment, because apparently it's a camp of giants that you all seem to be, based upon your reports, experienced at fighting.
Yeah. What were the teams' names that were doing the fighting again? The team.
The assault team that will push everything back is Crystal Hedge Team Alpha, which is your friend Fulcrum in them.
Yep.
And Stenolf's First Dragoons Team Alpha, which is another one of the unranked guilds, but it's they're got a bit better rep than you guys. They're a sub guild of Crystal Hedge. And then Renly's Bonejack Marauders, which is another one of it's the 5th ranked guild. That's who's gonna lead the forward push to push their forces from F all the way back to I. And once they're past that point, you guys will move in. Once you have secured J, there will be basically a train of soldiers on horseback who will race from one, route. What's it called when you're taking the baton, that kind of run? Relay. They will race relay style to let the folks know that you have succeeded in your mission, so they can pull back, and then you will be able to join them, and all of our other forces in Sector B will be able to effectively pull all of everything up, and our engineers can start building our ramparts right at that junction between J and I. We don't know the full numbers of the giants that are there, just so you know. We know it's quite a few.
We could just sneak in, and I can do my one spell where it just like oozes out icky like disease and stuff, and we can just slowly kill them.
It's obviously a very dangerous mission that we're asking you to do, but it's very important, and we wouldn't ask you if we didn't think you were capable based upon the results of your previous missions.
Out of curiosity, when I know this map is not quite to scale.
Oh, did you need to see the map again?
Yeah, can I?
Yeah, no problem.
So sorry.
No, it's all good.
Yeah.
Does Miss Ray have a question?
From that encampment at J, that tunnel that looks like it's leading towards J, just north of C. When was the last time that was surveyed? Do we know if that's...
That is the most contested zone in the entire mine. It is constantly there. It's basically a demilitarized zone at this point because neither us nor them have tried to push through that area. You're talking about the area between C and G, correct?
That is correct.
That is part of our future plan. We can't assault through there right now. It's not possible. Even with all of our combined forces, it's impossible.
I am only wondering if it looks as if it may want to connect. My wonder is if it has connected.
Well, I can tell you this, that our surveyors in the past surveyed the end of those tunnels and did not find any indication that they went beyond the dead end that they show. Now again, that we only, because of the timing of our mages, they were only able to survey at the very end. So if there's some other section of those tunnels where it's possible a secret offshoot has been created, then you're right, it's possible that that's an issue. There's a real risk. We know that, but we can only make a plan and execute it based upon the information that we know. And because of that, our intent is once we have J secured, we are going to put in a very good defense system. And of course, our mages will survey the entire area to see if there's any secret tunnels leading into J. That's the other reason why we wanted you all to go and assault the J area, because if your man can truly see magic at will, then he might be able to see ahead of time whether or not. Now, obviously, it would take you some time. After you would want to do this if you all can survey the area after you've taken it. Then maybe you can find if there are any secret hidden tunnels leading into J.
So I imagine we plan to do the same on the eastern side, potentially.
We have some other missions
H.
for the eastern area, and we have a mission 2 for you all. Will have you in that area, assuming that mission 1 goes well, which we're obviously wanting to have happen, and we're confident will happen. If you'd like, I can describe to you mission 2, which will happen in the eastern areas. That obviously
Sure.
will be in the future, but I will describe it quickly. We call mission 2 Reconnaissance and Pursuit. So, to clarify, the enemy has a hit-and-run guerrilla squad that somehow manages to make it behind enemy lines. It is led by, I believe, based upon your reports, a nemesis of yours.
An Oni?
Yes, apparently the leader
Oh.
of this group is some type of floating magical ogre mage.
He is a little chicken shit and ran away from his team. And he didn't stay in a fight like,
Well, he's found
Everybody
himself a
else.
new team because the reports indicate that he has some sort of insanely powerful ogre chain lord with him, and some sort of dual-wielding minotaur marauder, and some other beast that we don't have enough intel on. So he's put together a new team that puts the other team to shame. The intention of Mission 2 is a multi-part mission. We will want you to scout past Sector E, to recon into Sector K, return to Sector D through Sector H, after you've explored all the side tunnels to see if there are any secret tunnels. Find out if there are any undiscovered secret tunnels. Report back to us. Also, during this, we're hoping that you can find and eliminate the Oni team.
That would be a great pleasure.
No.
We will wait to discuss Mission 3 once we have finalized more. Honestly, the Mission 2 and 3 kind of hinge upon Mission 1's success. But we will continue to make our plans for the campaign based upon the results of these first missions. Do you all have any other questions?
Miss Way, you're awfully quiet.
I'm thinking. Yes, Fern.
When do you want us to do all of this mission stuff?
Well, you're about a half day ahead of schedule. We were planning on giving you as much prep time as you need within at least 3 days.
Okay, because I need to be able, because I want to talk to a couple of trees in the area. I want to make sure that I get to hang out and play with Frederick before we go. And
Who's Frederick?
We'll have plenty of time.
and then I have to talk to some like plants and stuff. And then you know, I just really want to hang out with Frederick.
So the general says, "Who's Frederick?" And then of course Fulcrum says, "Frederick is one of ours."
Oh, I just love him so much.
And he says, and the general says, well, actually, the Captain Rigel steps in and says, "So you think this speaking to the plants could bring you some useful intel before you go on this mission,
Of course.
Now, just so you're clear, this mountain is very deep, and the area where this is at, we have not found, other than the moss and lichen that are in there, we have not found any kind of roots that go this deep into the mountain.
Roots run really deep.
Not this deep.
Oh, don't you? If there is no plant for me to talk to, I'm sure there's a bat or something, or there's probably like cave rats, or there's like bugs.
If you haven't figured out, Fern is a druid.
Yes, that's quite clear. That's why she's here, why your team is here. Well, if you believe that you can speak to one of your animal plant friends and gain further intel, we are 100% in support of you doing that. Whatever can help us.
I just want you to say sorry for, questioning whether or not our friend Rylar can actually see magic wherever he wants. Because he can. He doesn't need to be tested. He can do it.
So Captain Rigel says, we'll take care of the testing. It's all right. It's just normal.
Yes, Lorkris.
This is a statement from player to DM.
Yeah.
While that conversation is happening, Lorkris is kind of like casually turn around and nudge Rylar. While they're kind of not really distracted, but I'm like looking.
You're
at
on the
Rylar.
opposite side of the table from him.
well, then I'll get his attention.
Okay.
Like, make eye contact, and I'll be like,
So Rylar speaks in your head. Yeah, boss man, what's up?
out of curiosity, Rylar, does anybody here glow like that Oni mage in disguise?
He looks around. In your head, he says, "Nope. Obviously, people wearing some magical items, but no one here is glowing like that guy."
Thank you. If you see anybody like that, please let me know. Quietly.
In your head like this?
Please.
Will do. You want me to tell the rest of the group too if I see that?
We will let them know once we're out of this meeting and in.
Okay. All right.
I'm just mad at him for questioning whether or not he can see magic. But Fern has learned her lesson on harping on the issue. So...
Okay. So, does anybody have any other questions about the mines? About what you may face? About if you're willing to do this very dangerous mission?
Yeah.
I imagine we didn't come this far to turn away now.
I mean, Miss Ray, what do you think? How do you feel? I follow your lead.
Our team is ready for this mission.
How ready? Do you think you'd be willing to go tomorrow afternoon?
We'll see. We'll see what information Fern is able to gather from her animal and plant friends.
Well, Rigel pops in and says, "General, of course, we have to give at least a day of lead time as well, because the advanced assault team has to make their way, and it's going to take some time." So yes, of course. So actually, the soonest that we would have you all go is 2 days from hence.
That should give us enough time.
Enough time.
All right.
Where is your closest tree? I need to go talk to it.
They say, "Oh, I believe there's some trees outside on the east side of the castle, and west side as well."
Is there any other information that you find pertinent to know at this time? For us to know at this time?
Do you guys have any questions for us?
Well, you've confirmed we're going to, if it's all right with you, we're going to have our Archmage do a quick test with Rylar, and also he would like to observe you speaking with the trees, if you don't mind. Just.
Well, he's going to have to ask the tree permission, though. But of course, if he gets the permission, of course he can.
They're like.
Have you ever watched a druid speak to a tree?
That's why we're having our Archmage observe, because we have not.
The Archmage in the room?
No, he's not.
I'm kind of smirking.
Yeah. I would love to meet this guy too. Before we go.
We'll have plenty of time.
I want Frederick to be there too. I think he would really, really have fun.
I take it this concludes the meeting?
Yes. We'll send you all off to meet with the Archmage. He motions for one of his men. You can take care of the things that you want to take care of. get that testing done. And then we have a few more other details, military things. Oh yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Yes. And we'll get that. So we'll have someone take you to where you'll be bunking, and we've prepared some officers' quarters for you. And
is there access to outside? Like, is it like, can I sleep outside next to a tree or something? It's close.
Will that help you with your abilities?
It's 100% a requirement for me to sleep next to a tree.
It's not, but it pleases her, so.
Oh well. I'll have one of my men arrange for you all to stay wherever you are comfortable staying. If there's some barracks near a tree, then you all can handle it. Or if you all want to camp outside, that's fine. We were going to offer you officers' quarters, but whatever you prefer. If it'll help you with your mission, then we're supportive.
Ray deserves the officers' quarters, though. Now I'm torn.
Fern, we'll find you a tree. It's all right.
But you deserve a really comfy bed, though, Miss Ray.
The ground is just as comfortable.
Could we bring an officer's bed down by the tree for Miss Ray?
Fern, that's a little too much.
Oh, I don't think that's too much.
So at this point, he motions for some guards to take you guys and
He's
leave.
like, I'm so done with
And
her.
so yeah, so you guys, you guys leave, and they go about the rest of their meeting.
Before we actually walk out, Lorkris will actually.
Whoa.
I didn't hear a word you said.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Before we actually walk out, Lorkris will walk up to Fulcrum and like properly greet, like handshake, and mention we'll talk later.
He says yes.
Not in like a secretive way, but like we'll catch up before we go. Kind of.
Yeah, he says, don't worry, we'll have our own meeting later. Because I've got to take my man to meet Fern, of course.
Yes.
All right.
Sure, he'll be delighted.
All right. So you all leave the room, and they take you out to the barracks, and they take you to meet the Archmage into a separate tent. And it's ironic, you're expecting some old Gandalf-looking dude, but instead it's this really young-looking golden-haired elf. And he's probably way older than he looks, but still young even for an elf. And he's very soft-spoken. It's so good to meet you all. I'm so happy to see you. I understand that you have a person in your group. His name is Rylar. Who's Rylar? I want to see him use his special. I want to see him use his eyes that detect magic all the time.
How are you going to tell if he's actually detecting magic or not?
Oh, I have ways.
I
How
look
do
at
you have
Rylar,
ways to do
and
that?
I'm like, go ahead, Rylar. Show him what you can do.
Rylar's like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm just standing here. Rylar, come over here. I have these items over here, and some of them are magical and some of them are not. And we're going to test you by removing some of them and adding some of them. And I want you to tell me what is magical and what is not. And then we will do this over a period of time that would be longer than an actual detect magic spell. And if you can still do it without me having detected that you've cast a spell, then I will trust that you can do what you say. And also, I will use my own special magic to observe you and see what you were able to do. See if I can detect what you're doing. And so he's like, the rest of you, if it's all right with you, I understand that the little Fern lady, she wants to go speak to the trees. I would so be honored if you would let me observe this. It's for my own research purposes, if you don't mind.
You have to make sure that you have to like hug the tree first, then introduce yourself, and ask for permission before you could interrupt the conversation that we have. Okay?
I just want to observe you speaking to it. Is that all right?
But you're going to be there, observing. It's a private conversation. You have to introduce yourself to.
Well, can you ask it on my behalf?
Well, you have to hug the tree and just introduce yourself. Is it that hard?
If that is what is required, I would be happy to do so.
Perfect.
I'm like trying not to laugh and trying not to smirk at the same time.
Lorkris legit looks like low-key dejected, like, God damn it.
Rylar.
And like he's thinking to himself, well played, little one. Well played.
Rylar's just over there picking his nose. And so, all right, are you ready, Rylar? And he basically does this kind of shelf game with magical items, right? And or not shelf game, shell game with magical items.
Yeah.
And you guys watch this for over 10 minutes, and he's really shocked when it becomes obvious that Rylar, he doesn't even have to like do anything. He just looks and he sees whether something is magical or not.
Rylar's probably like, magical.
That's not magical. That's not magical. That's magical. You're wearing magical stuff. That's magical. Yeah, it's right. It's under that one. And the Archmage is. So you must tell me, this is a wonderful ability that you have. So I'm going to speak with you, Captain Ray, if you don't mind.
Okay.
So I understand that your friend Rylar here is registered as a, trying to stifle a cough, is registered as a cleric of goo.
He is.
Yes.
Now, may I speak with you in private? I don't want to offend our young friend.
Oh, I think Rylar will be fine.
Oh, very well. So, you and I both know he's a warlock.
Yes, we've tried to tell him multiple times.
He's over there going. He's over there going. Anyway, so apparently, he's gained some impressive abilities from this elder god.
Yes, he has.
Do you know much about this elder god that he is subservient to?
I know very little about the Great Old One.
All right. Well.
Do you know anything about the Great Old One? You do. I'd love to learn.
Rylar goes, I know. And he's like, no, I would like to learn as well, if this is possible. It's it's only whatever Rylar is willing to teach us. Yes. But I am satisfied that he is capable of accomplishing this mission better than any of my mage associates would be able to do. So, and now having said that, Miss Fern, are you ready to go speak with the trees?
Yes, I would absolutely love it. Okay.
As would I. Lead on. Actually, I guess I should lead on. I need to show you to a tree. So, does it matter what kind of tree? You had a question, Miss Ray?
Out of character. Before we do the talk with the tree, should we take a break?
Oh yeah, it is 8 o'clock. What was that?
Yeah, I was gonna. Because, we know that this is going to take a...
Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna go into intermission mode, folks. Hello, everybody.
Little chicken shite.
Chicken shit.
Spud was here. He's lurking now.
Thanks for the lurks, bud.
Yes, thanks for the lurks, bud. All right. So those folks already took a bunch of like.
Hey.
They ran off several times, so they might have to pee or snack again. That's fine. I'm gonna head over. Of course, I had to get up a few times too to try and deal with this cough. But yeah, I'm gonna. The tea's helping, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, same. Yeah. I need some tea.
Oh, are you having a cough too?
Spicy pizza with cheese and, cough. Just the, lingering phlegm of just, dairy and spice. Yeah.
Gotcha.
That new map is dope.
You like it?
Yeah. That's super cool.
Awesome.
That's super cool. I like it a lot. It was a wonderful surprise.
Good. I'm happy. I was hoping it would be. Yeah. Obviously, like I said, it's it's not. It's its own scale. It's meant to be representative.
Yeah. Of course.
So once you get
having something to look at and refer to is nice.
Yeah. Super cool. Looks like Aries liked it too. Thank you, brother. Yeah. So I like to. I like to, for the actual encounter maps, I like to make those on the fly.
Yeah.
It just, I don't know, just a thing I like to do. I get a kick out of doing it on the fly. Now, sometimes I'll have an idea in mind, but yeah, I like to do it on the fly because that way, I mean, not always. I don't know, there've been a few times where I will if it's gonna be like a complex maze or something, then I will have pre-made it, but. I'm gonna go to the bathroom now. I'll let you guys take take my break.
So Fern is becoming quite the little con artist to make you like.
I know. So there is a big reason why my character did not say much or have questions during the meeting, because she was caught up on one particular detail.
Is this a detail that Emillynn is going to share with the rest of us in
Yes.
private?
Yes.
Okay.
It is a
So
detail she's going to share with everybody once we're not in front of everybody.
People. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Because there are things that definitely Lorkris wants to talk about in private.
Yep.
This is gonna be so fun. I'm excited. Fate is giddy with excitement about this endeavor here in the mines. It's way more than I ever expected. It's like, oh yeah, we're gonna go in the mines. No, we are assaulting.
Yup. We are going in, we are taking bases, telling them all their bases are belonging to us.
We're gonna load them up with MGA, so pretty soon the bases will be loaded.
Yep.
That is not a good one. I tried.
Yeah, just as long as we don't put who on first, what's on second, and I don't know what's on third.
I think that's how it goes. Yeah. That's a great bit, by the way. That's a good one.
Yeah, I watched it the other day on YouTube. I was like, this great joke, great writing joke.
Oh yeah.
Even though it's so old, oh man, it's so good.
The other good one is, what was it? 7 into 21 is equal to 13, or something like that. There's another one of those kind of wordplay and how to do math.
Oh, I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh yeah, I'll try to find it and link it to you.
Yeah, definitely.
No, but yeah, holy biscuits. I mean, I imagine if, and this is just kind of now just in a speculatory aspect, I imagine now if they're going to take horses to do that, we should be able to take our horses to travel quickly? Question mark?
Maybe.
I think that, but, oh,
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what the trees have to say.
yes. Yes.
And then, of course, Fern is going to be like, see, I told you the roots ran deeper than you thought.
I mean, the deep woods roots run deeper than anybody thought.
Mm-hmm. True. There's
Over under. Oh, okay. Since Stormy's not back yet, over under that there's a root cluster down here.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it.
Right. But then if there's a root cluster down there, then that means there are other things that are going to pop up that no one's prepared for.
Exactly.
Oh no.
Because they're looking for you.
Stop it.
Well, the Oni is the one that's looking for Fern.
Yep.
Arguably looking for all of them, because when we encountered the first, it was capture Fern alive, dispose of the rest, and then the Oni was like, take them all.
Yep.
So the Oni was after all of us.
Mm-hmm.
And then now these deadlocks are unhappy with Lorkris being alive, quote unquote. I don't know if Lorkris is arguably alive anymore at this point. He's
That's what it sounds like. What did you do in a past life to them, Lorkris?
I don't know, but I'm terrified.
I just have to say, I'm in Journal 2 now.
No.
Yeah.
You
Another journal
double
started.
page it?
No, I only write on one side of the page. And a lot of them were like just drawings, and they were.
See, I knew my detailed reports would make it up to higher management. Because they're so dang detailed. And Rylar used his eye vision to this.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, right.
There's been a few abilities though that you kept off the report.
Yes. There are abilities that I have kept out of reports, and like if you guys were to read my reports, you'd be like, you memorized everything I said verbatim? Yes, I did. Wait, I said that? Yes, you did.
Yes, you did. At exactly this time.
So I heard you guys talking about something before I went upstairs and went to the bathroom about something that intrigued your character.
Oh, why my character was so quiet during the...
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a particular reason, because she got caught up on one particular detail that just, her mind focused on that she just kind of like tuned out everything else. And
Is that something you want to roleplay?
yeah, it's something I was going to roleplay with just the team.
Oh, okay. So the Archmage says,
Oh wait, are we good with our breaks? Everyone good?
"Oh yeah, no, that's a good point." Yeah.
Intermission?
Yeah.
Oh, good stretches. Oh yeah.
Oh wow. That was good.
Stretches.
Oh, fudge.
Stretch! Did somebody redeem Stretch?
Nope.
No,
I did.
Wait.
I did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, wait.
Oh.
Hang on.
Did somebody redeem Hydrate? No.
There's no reason to redeem stuff like that during our D&D session. You look
Too
like
bad.
you're trying to test your deodorant there.
Oh, I got new deodorant today.
You got
Smells
what?
good. I got new deodorant today, and
Oh.
it smells good. Yes. I did redeem Stretch. I think we all need it.
Oh, you didn't have to do that.
Whatever.
I stretched in class this morning. Does that count?
No, because I didn't redeem it in class.
Oh, okay. Then,
It's good.
then if you want Stretch, do a Warrior 2.
Well, that'll actually clip on your
Yeah.
shirt.
Nice. Oh, I was gonna say, Starkitty, I think I have a new. I came across a new stretch that I think would be good in a yoga pose. It's called downward spiral.
You get down in fetal position and you
Yeah.
go into downward spiral. Ow.
That's cute. That's funny.
Okay.
All right. Well,
I'm good.
guys,
Gals?
and gals, yeah, we're gonna go back into chat dark. Thank you guys for being here. Enjoy the rest of the show, and we'll see you at the end of the night. So,
Don't you copy me.
Huh?
Don't copy me.
The Archmage says, "Did you all want to go speak with the tree now?"
Yes.
All right. So he takes you out to a little small copse of trees that's has not been cleared in this area, and he says, finds a medium-sized oak. Will this one do?
This is perfect. So first, I pull out chunk of pillar.
Ooh, what is that marvelous creature? It's so.
This is chunk of pillar. Chunk of pillar.
I understand the name. It makes perfect sense. Yes.
He is very chunky, and I love him very much. Now, Chunk, do you think he is worthy of being here? And I shove him as close to his face.
The Archmage is like, he's like looking in Chonkapillar's eyes, amazed, and Chonkapillar gives you this feeling of contentment.
Oh, you passed your first test. Okay, so now I'm going to draw some, and then I'm gonna start building the face on it and everything.
He watches
entire
this.
time.
The Archmage watches this with wonderful intent, with like he's just like enthralled by what you're doing.
Okay, now I need you to hug the tree. This is very important, okay? And I hug the tree, and I have him come in and...
He comes over and embraces the tree.
Ooh, this was not necessary, but thank you. Okay.
He giggles at that.
And then I cast Speak with Plants with my stick.
All right. You chat with the tree, and the Archmage observes. And so you start speaking in plant to the tree. Ooh,
Tree.
hello.
I am Fern.
Hi, Fern.
How are you?
I'm wonderful. I miss some of my friends.
I know they did a terrible thing by cutting down trees around here.
Yes, one of my friends is over there, part of that little barn that holds horses.
I look over at the Archmage.
The Archmage
His
is...
dead friend is holding up the barn over there.
The Archmage is like,
They all talk and communicate with each other, through their roots and everything. Okay, so hello, Tree. So I have a couple of questions for you, if I can ask you.
yes, it's nice to have conversation with you.
I have talked to a couple of friends. They are further south,
Oh,
I have a couple of friends. I'm sure if you reach out and talk to your friends, you'll know that I have been talking to them.
oh, I could do that. It might take some time.
Well, that's just for you to do later. But
Oh,
I have a couple of questions. First,
what's a couple?
well, I have a few. I'll ask some questions. That I
Yay.
have a few of them.
That sounds fun.
Yay! I'm so happy to be here. Okay, so I was talking to another tree, and they were saying they talked to some plants that were up here, and they were saying that there's creatures that are like little goblins that are like digging holes and stuff down in the mines down here. Can you tell
that's
where
somewhat
they are?
true. Yes, there are goblins. There's also strange worm-like beastie creatures that do it too. That help the goblin sometimes.
They are giant worms
Yeah.
that are doing this?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's not good. So, Miss Ray.
Are you still speaking tree?
In calm, and then look at Miss Ray. So they're like giant worms that are helping dig down there.
When you say giant, do you mean like tall as Lorkris or bigger?
Okay, 3.
Yes.
Like how big? Okay. So you say giant worms. Are they like bigger than my friend Lorkris?
Yes.
Are they like this big?
Like tree size big. Sometimes. Some trees.
Fern?
Oh, that's really. He's saying they're like bigger than 3 sometimes.
No, he said they're tree size depending on the tree.
3 size sometimes. So they're like. So that's probably how they're digging all of these tunnels and stuff.
Some of them.
Some of them.
Wow. There's
What
worms.
else should I ask?
Rylar pops his hand up.
Yes, Rylar?
Yeah.
Maybe you should ask if there are a bunch of secret tunnels underneath this area that are not the mines. Well, I don't know. They might. He may not be able to answer that. I don't know. Never mind. I'll shut up now.
And Fern, can you
Yeah?
ask him if there's any root clusters nearby?
Oh my gosh, 3?
Yeah.
You know those root clusters that are really bad?
Root clusters?
They like glow blue and all of the plants like don't want to grow around them.
I've heard legends of those from the east. Yes.
Is there one close to us here?
No.
Okay, good. That's good.
Fern?
So, yeah.
Can you ask them how deep their roots go into the mines?
Oh, how deep do your roots go into the mines?
Only a few miles from the surface the roots can go.
Can you connect to like the moss that's down there and stuff? Or do I have to talk to the moss?
You will have to talk to the moss in the area.
Okay.
You may have a hard time talking to moss. Moss can be rather confusing. Most fungi are rather confusing because
I know.
there are so many of them.
Yeah. I deal with a lot of mushrooms and fungus and stuff, so I understand how confusing they can be because I myself is very confused.
Well, we are having a wonderful time speaking with you.
Oh, you are so kind. Other than losing your friends, how are you?
Wonderful. The water and the sun in this spot are cool and warm.
That is wonderful to hear. thank you for telling us about the worms and everything. I don't know what else to ask you now. Other than like... Oh, so underneath in the mines there, I guess, is supposed to be like a big like cavern, and there's like a bridge of like stone and stuff. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Did you say no?
Yes, I said no.
Okay.
Well, the tree said no.
Yeah. Okay, well, okay. I don't know what to ask. Does anybody else have any suggestions of things to ask the tree? Archmage,
Yes, my lady.
do you have any questions to ask the tree
Oh,
while we are here?
I have. How much time do we have? I have many questions.
Well, I'm trying to get answers for our mission coming up, so if you want to have it relevant to that, that would be great.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask it the nature of reality, but I guess that's a different kind of question.
Oh, he would not be able to answer that. I could
Well,
tell
I
you
would
that
like to
right
know.
now.
I would like to know if the tree has an answer for that.
Okay, tree, I have a question.
The tree says, "Yes, this is fun. I enjoy speaking with you.
You are...
make us feel good here in the sun."
So my friend here would like to know what is the nature of nature? Nature of reality? I don't remember what he asked.
Does your character ask him again? He
No.
says, "No, she doesn't."
No.
The tree's like, "I do not understand your question."
Well, I guess he just wants to know what is the meaning of life, you know?
The tree pauses and says, "Meaning of life? Isn't it to live?"
He says that the meaning of life is to live. I know that wasn't your question.
Yeah. Oh,
I forgot what your question was.
He said, "My question was, what is the nature of your reality?"
Of his reality.
Yes.
Okay, Tree, what is the nature of your reality?
Oh. Everything is connected by invisible roots.
I knew that answer. Actually, now that I think about it. Do you have any questions for us, Tree? Or any requests?
Grow more of my friends.
I look at the Archmage. You have to grow more trees here, okay? And you cannot cut them down. They are now sacred.
The Archmage kind of... I'll arrange it.
Okay. No more cutting down trees around here or on this island ever again.
The Archmage is like, I don't know if I can promise that last part.
I would imagine an acceptable agreement would be for every tree you cut, you must plant one.
That's a very good compromise, but you're also apologize to all of their friends that are around them and stuff. But how was your experience listening to me?
The Archmage is, it's so fascinating, Lady Fern. I am honored that you let me witness such an event. I do not understand what you said, but I would love to know. And you have inspired me to pursue new interests.
You're gonna learn to speak tree?
I might perhaps try and learn how to be a druid.
You have to start by hugging the trees and telling them that you love them. And you have to really mean it, you know. Because we are all connected by invisible roots, okay?
Thank you, my lady. I shall make sure that my oh, what?
I have a question for you.
For me?
Yes.
What?
So let's say that there's like... You know what? Maybe I should not ask you yet. I should talk to my team first. Never mind.
I'm sure we can arrange a meeting again later if you wish. I will let you.
Okay.
I will direct you to where you are staying, and I will go back to my tent. And if you need to find me, I will make time for you.
Okay.
All right.
Perfect.
So, about this time, one of the one of the guards says, he comes over and he says, "We understand you all had a special request of where you wanted to stay, near some barracks, but near trees. We've accomplished this. We've set up some tents over here. If you need us over this way, we'll take you there."
Thank you.
You brought the bed for Miss Ray, right?
I believe that there have been 4 beds set up in the tent.
Oh, good. Thank you.
He takes it over. It's one of those higher end officer style tents. And it's near the barracks, but near some trees. And sure enough, they brought out some beds that are, they're still field beds, but they're better than your average soldier barracks beds. Probably not quite as good as what Mr. Jocko has set you guys up back home, but
Better than sleeping on the ground.
Oh,
I would have been fine sleeping on
Sleeping
my
on the ground.
bedroll.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
all right. So now that you guys are back in your tent all together, Rylar was like, you said you was gonna tell us why you was so quiet, and you all have other stuff to say, don't you?
Yeah, first Miss Ray.
Yes.
So
What
I'm
was your
sure you were
gut
all
feeling?
wondering why I was very quiet and not asking lots of questions, because when they were describing the mission for what we are supposed to do, talked about how Section J is full of giants. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
In my dream that I had a few nights ago, was all of us fighting giants.
Interesting.
So when they mentioned that, my mind just honed in onto my dream and the emotions that I was feeling, because I was supporting my team, but I was also very worried about all of you too. Didn't see the outcome of the fight in my dream. All I know is I was playing my instrument to my heart's content, and my bow broke as I was playing. And then I woke up. So, I don't know if my dream was somewhat of a premonition or what, but yes, that is why I was so very quiet.
Well, my question is, Miss Ray, were you being extra worried in the dream? Is that why you're broke?
It's possible with everything that's been happening over the last few days. Y'all are gonna
So
make
do
my
you
hair
think-
go gray.
At least you have hair to go gray. You can't reach that high.
I can't. I
So-
try, but it doesn't work.
Unless
I
she
use
goes and
chocolate
stands on the
color.
bed. She could go stand on one of the beds, climb up on your shoulder, and pat your head.
So, yes, just I do worry about all of you, even though I put on a very brave face to where you guys can't tell, but I do worry
Oh, we know.
about losing all of you.
We know. We know this.
So I'm probably be a little more on edge as we make our way into this mission because of my dream.
Rylar raises his hand.
Yes, Rylar?
Are you sure that the dream was prophetic and not symbolic?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. And that's why in the meeting I was quiet, because I was trying to put together those connections. Like, was it prophetic or was it symbolic?
It feels symbolic to me. I think you worry a little too much.
Maybe that's what the dream was trying to tell you.
You have a really, really big heart, Miss Ray. One of the reasons why we all love you so, so much. But you also need to worry about yourself sometimes.
Lorkris, you look like you was gonna say something.
They talk about the Oni that attacked us. I can only imagine what will happen when he finds out we're here, if he doesn't already. I asked Rylar during the meeting if anyone glowed like the Oni did.
Rylar says,
When he was in
you
disguise."
did?
Yes.
What did he say? Oh wait, that's me. Oh, I remember now, okay.
Yeah. So no one in that group was in disguise of any kind.
You bring up a good point, Lorkris, Rylar. If you ever see anybody fully glowing, like you noticed with the Oni, let us know.
You mean like if I see that their flesh is glowing?
Yes.
Okay, I will tell you.
And please let us know quietly.
Oh yeah.
I imagine we can, depending on how this first leg goes, we may be able to bait the Oni. It's not ideal, but I'm sure he'll know we're here. I feel it's imperative to at least inform Fulcrum and his team.
I agree
We
with you on
talked
that.
about the Oni, he knows of it, but letting him know that they have identified us. And that could be leverage to bait him into a trap.
You want to risk our team on a gambit?
I am not saying that we should. However, knowing what this Oni feels about us, it may be inevitable whether we want it to be.
You do know if you tell Fulcrum this, he's going to tell everybody else.
And not if we swear into secrecy.
Not necessarily. Considering the Oni fled, it can be projected that he might hold a grudge now. And if he knows that we're here, he might want to finish pride. Has nothing to do with what he knew about us previously.
Well, I mean, the Oni is after Fern.
The Oni is after all of us.
Yes. True.
And we had mentioned the Oni. It now makes sense the Oni would recognize us from. Not that he was hunting us prior.
I have a question.
Yes, Rylar.
Why are we assuming
Assuming?
that he's gonna know that we're here unless he sees us?
Well, if he is a mage, so it's possible he has access to the scrying spell.
Doesn't one of us have like a anti-scry thing on? Wait a minute. I saw something.
What? What'd you see?
No, I didn't see anything. I just thought something.
Okay. What? Share.
Those blue people that don't like Lorkris.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they have been using their root cluster network to scry on us.
Possible. But Fern talked to the tree, and the tree said there weren't any of those anywhere around here.
No, I know. I'm just that just came to my mind for some reason. I thought I would share it.
That is a very, very good theory. I definitely think that they are spying on us somehow. Because they are only, I only ever see the blue light after we, kill something. You know?
Yes. But things were disappearing before we showed.
They
That
were?
being said, wasn't
Don't
that one
think
of
so?
wasn't that one of the quests?
No, but that was after we killed them. And then they disappeared. Yeah. It wasn't until we got here.
Yeah, shiny
Is that,
shoes. Shiny shoes disappeared.
Yeah.
Yeah, but wasn't that? I can't remember if that was actually a quest prior to us. Shiny shoes or not?
Well,
So I remember it was very early on that we had that. Now this is now faked.
Yeah, no, I understand.
yeah, there is a quest to try and discover why when cleanup crews show up, bodies are missing.
Yeah, but wasn't that kind of present before
Nope.
No.
It was after.
Okay.
Yeah. It was because of us.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was so long ago.
It was a while back.
Back in the day. Back when I was a wee.
Back when we were level 4.
level 3. But
You were baby copper adventurers.
barely struggling to survive as our warbard was destroying those goblins. Anyway.
Because she stuck them with the pointy end.
Yes, keep doing that.
Except the time
But
when I
yes.
dropped my weapon, but yeah.
But either way, with that Oni, being that Fulcrum is aware of the Oni, entered it, and that it is here, that is enough to bring up the concern that the Oni might hold a grudge. And that could be used to our advantage, potentially.
That is a possibility. I guess we can see what Fulcrum has to say.
Rylar asks, so you're wanting to I mean, I like Mr. Fulcrum and stuff, but you're wanting to trust the leader of a rival adventuring guild with super secret personal information like that? I mean, I guess he's also an old friend of your old friend, though, right?
I think it, in a sense, in like plainly speaking, I mean, we encountered the Oni prior, right? Though we know that the Oni knew of us, we've already told Fulcrum and in a report that we encountered an.
No.
Mhm.
Wait. What? What did you say?
Right when we got attacked at the tower,
Yeah.
right? It's already in the report that we encountered an Oni mage. Not
Yeah,
The
yeah,
Oni
what he
mage got
knew.
away, yes.
They know
That he
that
got
part,
away,
yeah.
yes. So the fact that it's the same mage that has a new team,
Yeah.
we've encountered them previously.
Right.
Fulcrum is already aware of such. It got away.
Right. But you were
So-
talking about letting them know that that you believe he's targeting your team.
No, not that we believe he's targeting the team, but the fact that we've encountered him prior, and now that we're here, he may. It's framed under the fact that Oni mage may hold a grudge and come after us
Oh, okay, I get it now.
from that encounter, and that whether or not we could potentially try to use that as leverage out, or he may show up because he's aware that we're that information, not what he knew previously that we discovered, but just purely based on the fact that we
Rylar asks.
know he's here.
Rylar raises his hand.
Yes.
Do you think that maybe that's why they're wanting us to go on mission 2? Because they already thought of that?
Possibly. But
I mean, it doesn't hurt to talk to Mr. Fulcrum about it.
Yeah, we can ask Fulcrum
Yeah.
for more details about Mission 2.
He said he wanted to have a meeting with us later.
That is true.
speaking of that,
Yes, Fern?
I have a question. Should we talk to the Archmage about the root cluster stuff?
That's a good question, Miss Fern. We hadn't decided whether we was gonna tell anybody about the root clusters yet, were we?
Well, I mean, we were there.
Which reminds me, I need to
Activate.
turn in our report for the burial mound.
Are
Maybe
you
we
supposed to
sh-
turn it in here to this guy or to back at MGA headquarters?
Well, I mean, I don't know how long it's going to take for us to go back.
So that's why I kind of want to see if we should like talk to the Archmage and be like, here is what happened. Know anything about these?
Here's the report. Here's the bones. Can we send this back?
Considering he's like an Archmage and stuff like that, I don't know. Do you think we should do that? That would be very, very proactive of us.
purely what we found.
As long
Not
as we
what found us.
as long as we leave out that they really hate Mr. Lorkris.
Oh, that's nowhere in my report.
Oh yeah,
nowhere
that's
in my
not going
report.
to come out. These are all just the facts. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose we should tell them about them arcane root clusters.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the dreadlocks. But we
Not
won't-
these ones though.
But we won't tell them about their grudge against Lorkris.
No.
Which I don't even understand.
That's something we will probably figure out together.
Yeah.
Well,
I want to see Frederick.
Shall we go find Crystal Hedge then?
Yeah. Unless there's anything else we should talk about as a team before we go. Is there anything in specific that you don't want me to say out loud other than, you know, the whole thing about the usurper stuff? I know not to say anything about that.
yes.
But is there-
Do not share anything about what we just figured out about Lorkris and that they're after you, Fern, and that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's basic stuff. But there's nothing else extra. You don't want me to say anything out loud.
You don't need to bring any more attention to my eyes, please.
They were staring.
They're going to.
So I told them not to. I got you, Lorkris. I don't mind looking like an asshole. They can't. Sweet.
Sure.
So, next question is, do we all want to go talk to the Archmage together?
Yeah. I guess.
Okay, well, we do have 2 days, but yes. All right, let's go find...
About what time is it right now? Is it close to evening?
No, it's like just after lunch.
Just after lunch? Okay. Sure. I confess I may have a question for Archmage myself.
Should we go talk to Crystal Hedge and arrange a time for a meeting?
Sure. Do we want to host, or should we go to them?
Rylar's like, are they still maybe in that big meeting? Maybe we don't they have like runner guards and stuff that we could...
True, I guess we can send a message to them and then they can just get back to us when they have the time. And while we're waiting, we can go talk to the Archmage again.
Okay.
I almost asked him, but then I realized that I should probably talk to them. I was okay.
What was that? You cut out.
That was an A about what?
Oh, that's why I was going to ask the Archmage when talking. Because I was like, oh my gosh, yeah, the root clusters. Maybe the Archmage knows. And then I almost said something. I stopped myself, which I was very proud.
Good job, Fern.
Yeah.
And I pat her on the head.
Yay.
Careful not to hit Chunkapillar.
Oh yes, I'm very careful not to hit Chunkapillar. But I do pet Chunkapillar too.
Get a little
Happy I can
little like you touch him and his skin just like whooshes around him. It's like what we do with the bird touch him. It's just.
Yep, happy little Chunkapillar.
All right, so you guys make your way over to the Archmage's tent again?
Yes.
All right. He's in there. Looks like he's busy working on some sort of magical experiment and eating lunch at the same time, eating a late lunch. And he sees you all come in and says, "Oh, back so soon." Wait, he had a back so soon. Hello. What can I do for you?
Well, I have. We were on a side quest before we came up to the mines, and
Yes, I believe they said something about you clearing up that undead infestation at the old burial mound area.
yes,
Killed them all.
Good job. And we assume that you did since you're here.
I pull out my huge report. How do I get this back to the MGA?
He says, sorry.
Lorkris, did you have a question?
I have a question as Fate. We don't, as characters, we don't technically know what the bone. I know we do as players.
What the what?
The bones.
The bone claw. We as characters, we don't know what the bone claw is. We just know this is a thing.
You kept samples though.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, your characters don't know what that is. No.
Okay.
Yeah, because I was gonna ask him about that too.
Okay.
I wanted to make sure that we were all on that same. Yeah, we're gonna go. What the is this? And I just.
So.
Okay.
I like pull my thick report out. How do I get this back to the MGA?
The Archmage says, "Oh, is this one of your famed reports?"
Yes. You've read my reports?
I've read a few of them. Yes, when I've had the time.
Good. Because I have questions about some of the things that we encountered down there.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a standard, undead cleanout.
Ghouls gas? Yeah, there's those. And then there was this, I flipped through it and I'm like, this thing right here.
Yeah, the first thing I'll pull out the massive charcoal gray skull that was one deadlock.
Okay.
Have you seen anything like this?
All right. I was in the middle of an experiment. Let me put it aside just a moment. He puts his experiment aside and he wolfs down his sandwich, and he comes over and says, "Okay, so if you want to hand the report in to me, I can be happy to make sure that the administrative staff gets it.
Okay.
If you don't mind me reading it."
That's fine.
And I will be happy to answer any questions regarding your report. If you want, you want me to read it now, or do you want to just, summarize and ask me questions based upon what happened?
Oh, the summary of the report is pages 2 through 7.
Can you break it down faster than that?
Okay. Short version.
Yes.
Yes,
Go ahead.
Lorkris?
Oh, just ghouls, whites, and whatever this is sets down the charcoal, like, massive skull that looks like it's a Goliath. This looks almost to scale to me, but they wielded magic similar to our Cleric. But the more concerning thing, pull out the Bone Claw's head, and then its claw.
He looks at
What
that.
is this?
All right. Now you have me intrigued. Let me get some of my instruments. He goes over and gets some, looking glass stuff and stuff to eyeball it. He casts some detect magic. He casts some spells. He studies it for a bit. All right. So break it down for me. You fought ghouls, ghasts, whites,
A wraith.
a wraith. All right. Obviously, there's no evidence of that, but I believe you. Was there anything special about this wraith?
No.
It's not particularly. It didn't like when we disturbed it, but no.
So, this gray skeleton, was it the only one of its kind? Let me see the summary of the report. He reads.
There was like
Now I see. Now I see. So, during the early parts of the mission, in the first parts of the burial mound, you encountered a normal, if large volume of undead.
Yes.
Yeah.
But they were normal undead.
Yes.
The standard graveyard ghoulies, as it were.
Yes.
But then you found yourself deeper into this area. And what is this about this blue glowing arcane sigil cluster? This is
That's
fascinating.
what I was going to ask you about earlier, and then I stopped myself because I wasn't sure if we talk about it or not. I don't know why, but I want to talk to you first before we kind of dove in.
And you're saying that the gray skulled beings were glowing blue, the same blue as the arcane structure, the teleportation arc.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've got some soil samples of that cluster too.
And this thing, this large white skull, tell me more about based upon your description, it sounds like it was taller than you, Lorkris, and had massive, huge claws.
Yeah, there's the claw.
I must admit, I have no idea what this creature is this creature is. It's some sort of aberrant undead that I've never heard of. It must be some sort of necromantic creation of some kind. It's unique to the necromancers that made it. But I can tell you, this skeleton is an arcane-infused Goliath skeleton.
You mean there's still traces of magic in this skull?
Not traces of magic, more like the traces of the results of a negative magical effect that would make the only thing that I can suggest to you is that this skeleton. I mean, your report indicated that they were glowing blue. Yes. Well, it's definitely some sort of arcane infusion. It's not that the skeleton is still magical, but the way the discoloration of the skeleton indicates to me that over a long period of time, or maybe as the result of this transformation into an undead form, the magical energies, they, as it were, burned this new color into the bone, if that makes sense. In a way, it's discoloration. It's an arcane discoloration.
Are you able to tell how old, as in not how old this?
I have to do a different test to be able to do that. That will take much more time. I can get back with you tomorrow on that if you would like.
Are you decent with your histories?
I'm
Histories
quite
of
knowledgeable
this
with
island,
histories.
at least.
Well, there's not a whole lot known about this island. That's, why the MGA is here. But
have you ever seen something?
You cut out what? Have you ever seen something what?
As intricate and interesting as this, and Lorkris will pull out that two-handed greatsword that looks ancient. They were wielding these.
Oh, also in the cloak,
And I'll pull out the armor.
All right.
And the cloaks.
I will study these this evening. I will drop all my other projects. Wait a minute. This all happened in the mound. You defeated them, and according to the report, one of them escaped by using the teleporter again, but then destroyed the sigils on the way out.
That's what it seems to be.
So there's no evidence left behind.
Unless there's magical remnants in the soil sample.
You brought the soil sample. Good. Who taught you to be so? That's excellent. You're so
Miss Ray is the best. That's why.
All right. So you have given me much food for thought here. I will have to do different studies to determine how old these things are. I have never seen a blade of this build style. This type of iron is, I can say without a doubt, is a very, very old. Very old. At least.
Quite intriguing.
I will have to find out more.
Well, if Miss Ray,
Yes.
Fern, Rylar, are you okay with us leaving these with the Archmage for the time being?
Well, we were going to drop it off at the MGA anyway.
Yeah,
It is true, but
these need to be sent off to the MGA anyways, so.
Just so you know, I'm going to take this report after I'm done. At some point in time this evening, shortly after you... Oh my goodness, this is... What you've brought to me is... I'm going to have to take this to General Harvok. This is honestly terrifying. What you've brought to me tells me that there's some other force on this island that we were completely unaware of.
Now you see why I wanted to turn in this report as soon as I can?
Yes. We believe that whatever these are may be linked to the disappearing bodies.
Oh, that... I was the one that requested that quest on the board.
Mm.
What's your
That was
question,
you.
Fern?
Yes.
No, No, so I was going to say, because every time that we would go out and fight something, it was about like 2 days later, I would see a blue light flash, and nobody else could see it but me. But we think it's because like I'm so in nature, and I felt the anomaly of where the blue, like they were teleportating and stuff like.
That's a fascinating theory, but entirely plausible as well. Especially since I don't completely understand the interworkings of druids. They are quite unique and fascinating. I will do the tests as quickly as possible, and I will arrange to have another meeting with General Halrock with you all present this evening, if that's all right with you. If you don't have any other questions for me, let me think if I have any questions for you regarding this report.
Well, if you do, just send a runner.
Wait, before you go, let me think. Let me look at this. This changes everything.
What's that?
Is it my
the big
report?
I mean, it's like arguably is it
So
one of your
I see here in your report that Miss Fern was able to glean from the plants that there's this network of arcane teleportation circles throughout the northeastern provinces?
I pull out the map that I've been trying to put together.
Well, some of them are all the way out into the west as well.
That's at least what we know of. We've gathered this information from her talking to trees and plants.
So what? So if you are out ever traveling and stuff, and you see a tree with a face on it, I have talked to that tree.
Why have our forces? My biggest question is why have our forces not encountered these kinds of undead before? This makes no sense.
Trying to figure out where exactly they're coming from.
I have a theory.
They are also often popped up at night.
Yeah, that's whenever I see the blue light and everything is at night.
Wait, was it always at the same time?
Yeah.
Perhaps it has something to do with the nighttime astrological and astronomical positionings. Maybe they can only utilize. But then, if that were true, why were they able to use the teleportation during the day while you were down in the mausoleum?
Probably because there was nobody there because it's nighttime.
We were also underground.
That is true.
So perhaps certain conditions are required.
Possible, like if they wanted to be on the surface, it'd probably have to be at night. But if they're underground, it can be any time of day.
Just so you know, some of our greatest magical researchers, learned men, learned elves, learned people throughout our empires, throughout the MGA, throughout our nation, back on the homelands, so many of us have been trying to work on long-range teleportation technology, and we have not been able to crack it.
I would imagine that is... If they are root clusters that branch out like tendrils, I do not believe they are teleporting space. They are following... It's like a... What do you call them, Fern? A ley line?
They are corrupted. It's corrupted nature. I think what they are doing is because, like, I have access to a spell where I can teleport through trees and stuff. I have a feeling it has to do something with, like, a corrupted that. Or something. That's just an idea.
Yeah. No, it's a good theory. I will have to explore this further. I will do my tests now. I must get to this quickly. Go have have your meeting with. I believe Fulcrum was looking for you all to meet with you all. I think they're finally done with their meeting. So why don't you all go get one of my? I'll get one of my assistants to take you to him. All right. And if you think of anything else, wait. Yes. More questions?
No, I was gonna say perhaps we'll meet back here after dinner.
It's maybe sooner than that this afternoon. I have a feeling if I can get these tests done as quickly as I would like, I want to present my findings to General Harvok immediately, as soon as I can this evening. We might be able to, it may be after dinner, it may be before dinner, if possible. I'm going to have...
Oh, and we should probably tell him about the whole giant digging and stuff.
The what?
The giant worms that they're digging and stuff.
Oh, you didn't tell him
Under
that
the
while
mines.
you were talking to the trees?
Wait.
Well,
You're right there.
Yeah,
I mentioned...
I was just paying attention to your... Wait, are you saying that the goblins and the worms are creating the secret tunnels underneath these areas?
Yeah.
Well, that is important information. Why did I not pay attention to this?
The scholar gets like tunneled. I'm like, oh, to a tree. I'm gonna ignore the big old worm problem.
Oh! Oh my god!
Looks like you have a busy afternoon.
I try to sneak up on Frederick now. I want to sneak up on him. I don't want
We're
him
going
to see me, and I want
to
to
step away and let you
jump
get
on
back
him.
to what you were doing, and yeah, just
Yes,
stand around if you have questions for us.
I hope your endeavors are fruitful.
Thank you.
You got this.
Okay.
See you in a bit.
So,
if you need inspiration, go hug a tree.
all right. You guys leave the room and go to meet up with you. He has his man take you guys to meet with Fulcrum and his team.
I want to try to sneak up on Frederick.
Okay, go ahead and roll me your stealth check.
I'm going to cast Pass Without the Trace with my staff.
You're literally gonna cast a spell just to do a friendly sneak up on somebody? Come on now. That's cheating.
I can do it at will.
just try to sneak up on him.
Speak normal.
Yeah, you have a +10.
22.
Yeah, you don't need it.
Well, all right, you didn't even need it. You didn't even need it. So you...
That would have been 32.
Your group comes to meet with their group, and she goes around the side, and she's trying to sneak up on him, and he doesn't see her, but some of the other party members are like, you see them all kind of turn their head like this at the same time as she's doing that. And then she... Stupid cough. She does what?
And then I sneak up behind him, and I jump on him, and I'm like, hello.
Oh! I forgot what kind of voice he had, but yeah, he's super happy to see you. Oh, there's a fun lady.
I am so happy you're here and you're safe.
Oh, of course. Your other friend, yeah. He comes over to Lorkris, and Fulcrum says, "All right, enough of the ass grabbing. All right, let's get serious now. We got some
I
serious
imagine
talking."
we do that classic Predator meme where it's just like,
yes, exactly. Yeah. And Fulcrum wants to get down to business. It's good to see you all. I'm happy you're here, and happy to hear that you accomplished. You know, obviously, if you're here and you look none worse for the wear. So the undead excursion was a success. Yes.
It was crazy.
oh yeah.
Successful and lots of questions. We just came from the Archmage.
Well, he's the right person to talk to. He's definitely works directly with the MGA administration on a lot of, you know, research and development and understanding all this stuff that's going on. So
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll be able to help you figure out all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
so,
he's running some tests for us.
it's good to see you guys. Me and my team have chatted a lot about what you all did with the Oni and that ogre army.
The Onis that got away.
Well, yeah, he got away, but that could end up being to our advantage in the future. I don't know if it was made clear to you or not by the general, but in fact, I was there. It obviously wasn't made clear to you. Your second mission is even more important than your first. The first mission is to help us set things up for an eventual major kind of feint and flank maneuver to try and end this war and push them back. And so it's obviously very critical that we pull it off. We're confident that, based upon what you did, we're confident you can pull it off, especially with your already, excellent experience fighting giants. The second mission, though, the reason why you guys were chosen is, it's one of the main reasons you were brought here is obviously to help find any kind of secret tunnels that we suspect are out there. It was my team and also Steel Dawn who suggested that there were illusionary walls somewhere in the dungeons that we just have not been able to locate. The other thing, and the other reason why you guys are the perfect team to go on mission 2 is we feel that since you have taken on this Oni before and put him to task, sent him running, you're more likely to be able to find him again. And the inverse of that is also true. It's possible that he might be, looking to get revenge. So I'll be honest with you, your mission is exploration, it's reconnaissance, right? But it's also to be a little bit of bait, your own bait for yourself.
We are the gambited piece.
Well, not exactly. That's the second mission is really kind of important for just setting up the final campaign, but it's not important. Like, it's not critical. The final campaign can go forward without it. The main reason why we want to take out this guerrilla team is because we don't want to get flanked during our flank maneuvers, right? And also because they've been a real pain in our ass with our supply lines. So, especially in the eastern part of the caves. So ultimately, because you guys have faced him and defeated, and won, we were kind of hoping that
we can do it again?
Well, no, I'm confident you can do it again. Although I will tell you, based upon the reports I've read, his new team is going to be significantly more challenging than his previous team. We're still confident that you all can handle it. We wouldn't send you otherwise. But we're honestly, like I said, we're hoping that you all will be your own bait. You are a mobile trap, as it were. If you can stop these guys, you can stop their intel, and you can stop them from hitting us from behind in our supply lines, basically harassing our troops and our engineers and our soldiers. So
I appreciate the faith in our abilities, but
I talked you up a lot. I will say this. I did talk you up a lot to the general.
Much appreciated. Though I do not feel that we are incapable. My question is, why not root this thing out prior to us being here? Is he that elusive?
Yes, he is that elusive. Plus, honestly, we were already stretched thin, as it were. I mean, think about how many teams that we have here in the mines trying to hold back the onslaught of the humanoids. There's something that the general didn't make clear to you guys. There doesn't seem to be an end to these things. We take out, whole companies, and then a week later, there's another one that replaced them. We have no idea how or why. But ultimately, somewhere they're coming from beyond that final northern door. There's something beyond there, something where they're coming from. We don't know where, we don't know how. It seems inconceivable that the island would be hiding such a vast array of these things. But they obviously are. But at this point, that's a mystery we have resigned ourselves to give up on. Hang on a second, Fern. We have resigned ourselves to give up on that mystery for now. Because if we can push them back and get their own stone door closed, we can use it to our advantage. So that they can't continue, forward in harassing us. We originally had hoped that we could use these tunnels to make it through the mountains into the unexplored sector. But we've pretty much given up hope of that. So, Fern, you had a question.
There's giant worms that are helping digging tunnels.
How do you know that? Where'd you get that
I
information?
talked to a tree,
When was this?
like
2 hours
a
ago.
year ago or something.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Archmage was there.
So the Archmage knows.
Yes.
Archmage forgot that he knew, but he knows.
Yeah, he was too interested in me talking to the tree, even though I said out loud that there were worms and stuff.
Wow, okay. So that at least confirms our theory that they are building some secret tunnels somewhere underneath. Okay. And it would make sense why they could do it at such a rapid pace.
He said the tree said that the worms were like tree size.
Tree-sized worms?
Tree-sized worms.
Okay. I'm gonna assume that the Archmage took this information to General Horvath?
We will be having another conversation with the general and the archmage soon.
We had some other questions for the Archmage that he was going to look into, and then he's going to report everything to the general, and yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. We dumped a lot on his plate.
Yeah.
I suspect he's both happy and concerned.
Okay.
Because, yeah, our undead mission brought up lots of questions.
Okay. Care to elucidate?
Have you ever encountered, let's see, that, out of character, that bone claw was just as tall as Lorkris?
The bone claw
he
was taller than
like
Lorkris.
12, 15 feet tall.
Okay.
No, it was only 10 feet.
Right?
But
It was 10 feet?
Yeah.
I thought he was bigger. I imagined him bigger.
No,
Fulcrum?
I mean, that's 3 feet taller than you.
Yeah, I think Lorkris is just panicked because, he had, he got boned by the bone claw.
Shreds.
Yeah. He was pretty big. Pretty big.
So, Fulcrum, have you ever encountered an undead that's about 3 feet taller than Lorkris, has this really long claws, intelligent?
Stinky.
No.
Yeah, we encountered one of those down there. We brought the skull and the claw, and the Archmage has it. Archmage's never heard of it either. Yeah, we found it in the
And I
burial
guess-
mound.
Yeah.
Is that all you found?
Magically infused Goliath.
Yeah, some Goliaths. Well, remains of a Goliath. That's Goliaths, plural. I've got another one of the goals.
What is
How many
that?
skulls do you have?
One of the other undead things we encountered in the burial mansion that we're not sure.
Yeah, it's
Bring up the blue glowing lights and stuff. You guys will explain it better.
Okay. Yeah, it seems like we're gonna definitely be having another meeting this evening with General Horbach.
Yep. Archmage has my
Right.
report.
Well, I look forward to hearing about it from the General and from the Archmage.
Yeah, I figured I needed to get this my report to the MGA as soon as possible because we encountered things we didn't know about. So, why we talked to the Archmage? So yes, this island is full of mysteries.
Well, you all seem to be good at uncovering at least some of them. That's good. Man, you guys are giving Steel Dawn a run for their money as far as that goes. Although, to be honest with you, that's also not entirely their fault. They've been stuck effectively on heavy guard duty ever since the shit went down in the Goldothian mines when they opened up all the caverns to these undead or to these humanoid hordes.
Oh.
Yeah, they were the only ones strong enough to basically be the forward defense over in Section C. Obviously they're there with other soldiers and another team, but yeah, Steel Dawn is no joke, and they're frustrated that they're having to, they're adventurers, but they're stuck having to do guard duty because they're the only ones really who can defend that area effectively, and so it's kind of puts them in a spot. But if we can get this campaign going, then eventually, we'll all hopefully, cross my fingers, get back to regular adventuring days on the island again and figuring out other mysteries like how to get farther north. It's frustrating really that the MGA has effectively, with this new Gambit campaign thing, given up on the idea of using these tunnels to make it underneath the mountains. But to be honest with you, I understand why they've made that decision, because it's been too costly on manpower and resources for the MGA to, we've lost a lot of people, a lot of good people, a lot of teams. And so...
out of curiosity, I see you guys are all well. I imagine that it was not a diversion when that Oni attacked the tower?
No. It was a good theory, but it was not a diversion. Apparently, they wanted the tower as sort of some sort of tactical decision of forward. They wanted to basically take out our eyes in that area. Maybe they wanted to move larger troop movements, and they didn't want us being able to spot it easily.
Yes. I'm glad that it was not a diversion. With as many forces came to our aid, and you guys as well. I'm glad to know that didn't leave you guys too vulnerable, or that there was not a push at that time.
That damn Oni has been a pain in our side, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
All right, well, it's good to catch up with you guys. Is there any other questions you all have for me?
I'm good now.
Are you okay?
Who, me?
Yeah.
My throat and my sinuses are starting to act up a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time keeping the cough down. So.
I know. Do you want to end
It's a
here?
good stopping point.
As I say,
Yeah, I'd say this is a good stopping point. You guys can just help me remember that we still have to have the special meeting with. Actually, you know what?
Do you want to push through that?
Yeah, let's at least get through the meeting, the second meeting with the Archmage and Havoc, or Horvath, General Horvath.
Okay.
And so we'll just say that you guys catch up on a personal level with these guys for a while, and
I play my violin.
yeah, you play some music for them, and you all drink some drink, and
I don't drink and play.
right. Well, some of them. She obviously does, but no.
She takes a sip.
You guys end up enjoying hanging out with them, and then you end up actually having dinner with them because things go a little long. But then you're called into exactly an emergency meeting between General Horvath, Captain Rigel,
the Archmage,
Archmage, and
does Fulcrum get invited too?
No. He'll be, he'll likely be informed later on. Yeah. So you're all standing there with General Horvath, looking shell-shocked. And
did you read my report, General? Or the summary?
Oh yes, my dear, we read your report, but the findings of the Archmage on the artifacts that you brought back make the report even more disturbing, to say the least.
Uh-oh.
What would you like to know first? Let's just throw it all out there. I'm going to talk as right now. I'm not General Horvath. I'm just a fellow man here on the island trying to make sense of it all and help everyone survive. And you all have brought a wealth of disturbing information to us.
I want to start with the claw.
Yeah, what is that thing?
Well, Archmage says, that's the one I got nothing on. He says, the only thing I can tell you is that this was obviously made necromantically, but it almost seems like a failed lich experiment of some kind. But as if someone was experimenting on someone else, and they ended up accidentally, instead of making a lich, they made this super elite undead warrior thing. This aberration of an undead. Like I don't know, it's odd, it's strange. We're going to call them what you said in your report, bone claws. That works for us.
Okay. We're going to preserve this so it can go back to the MGA, right?
Absolutely.
All right.
All of this will the general says, yes, I've already made arrangements to send all of the samples you provided and your copy of your report back on our fastest runner tomorrow morning.
Soil sample. Archmage? Find anything in that?
Oh, no.
Okay.
There was literally no trace amounts of anything arcane in the soil sample, other than it obviously is a soil sample from a grave site.
Okay.
Which was a disappointment, to be honest with you. I was hoping that we'd find something in there.
We're
going to have to take your word for it that there were these, what you call root clusters or arcane sigils. I mean, I believe your report. I don't want you to sound like that I doubt it. I mean, no one else has experienced these things, so we definitely need to get some sort of proof, if whether you find it or whether some of our other teams find it. We're definitely going to go down and research it. the report we're sending back to the MGA is to have at least a couple of adventuring teams head out to, with the cleanup crew to explore the mausoleum deeper and see if we can find some sort of evidence.
I would also make mention that if Fern has seen that light at Novacrux, and if they are connected, I would try looking beneath the ground there.
Be careful, don't touch it though, okay? None of us have touched it, so we don't know exactly what this.
That's an excellent idea.
I can draw you up a copy of the map that I have with possible areas that these clusters are in. If
Didn't you leave it in the reports? You didn't add that to the report? Okay, very good. If you can drop a copy before we send off the runner, that would be excellent.
Yes.
And yes, I will have a separate team go explore Novacrux village. You all may have solved that higher end quest that we had. And don't worry, if it turns out that we can confirm your results, then your Mr. Jocko's team will be compensated adequately for this.
Okay. All right. So now we're on to the bigger pieces.
The Goliath skull.
That right there is where things get tricky.
Oh shit.
The Goliath, I can definitely confirm that it is an ancient Goliath skeleton. The bones of an ancient Goliath.
When you say ancient, do you mean
that's
hundreds?
I'll be honest with you, General Horvath, I still don't believe his results. I think he needs to duplicate his tests. And Archmage is like, yes, I actually agree with the General on this. I'm going to have the MGA...
Pulls out the other skull.
No, that's all right. You keep it. We're going to send this sample back to the MGA with the rider. We're going to have them duplicate my tests at the research facility. They have more advanced equipment and teams, so we're going to try and confirm my results.
You keep one for your records.
Though.
This skull that you brought to us is almost 15,000 years old.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure. That's why we need to test again.
Can you... Okay.
Can you see if his DNA matches the DNA of those guys?
What's DNA?
That's just pure curiosity.
I'm gonna... Yeah, I don't... That's...
I look at Fern going, what is this DNA?
Yeah, the Archmage asked the same question. What is DNA?
Can you see if the... I don't know, there's just words that pop in my head sometimes. I'm just wondering if they're related or something. Because they're both Goliath. I just am curious.
Sorry.
Doesn't mean we're related.
You never know.
Fern, if this skull is over 15,000 years old.
No, not over, almost.
If the skull is almost 15,000 years old, I don't know if that can be achieved.
You never know.
Yeah,
I'm just
Dark Mage
curious.
says
That's just pure curiosity.
I'm sure during our testing at the research facility we'll try and determine that. We have I believe that we'll see what we can figure out.
Okay, so what about the robe and the sword?
The testing that I have on those also seems to indicate that the basically the undead being that was wearing the gear was somehow or another, their necromantic aura preserved what they were wearing. So, but it's clothing. We don't have the kinds of testing to determine how old clothing is. So, but it is not of a style, or I mean, it is definitely unique. And the iron ore, and the style of the weapon, those also seem to indicate advanced age. Again, our testing, we can't test that kind of thing as well as we can with the bone, but so it's very good that you brought the sample of the bone. But yes, the bottom line is that the blade and the clothes seem to be of some culture and nation that we have never heard of or seen. At least that from I remember. Of course, I have more advanced researchers and more greater, historical records and such to compare and to make sure. But it's possible it's some ancient culture that we're unaware of.
And as you find out results, can you let us know?
So General's like, well, not normally our responsibility to do that, but considering that you all went out of your way and found this for us, I'm sure that we can make sure that you're privy to these results. We understand why you'd want to know.
Curiosity.
Well.
Well, General what? Horvax?
Horvak?
Horvax, do you have any questions for us?
These arcane teleportation network things. And these...
So, as everybody's talking, I'm pulling out another sheet of paper and I'm starting to draw out that map.
Mm-hmm. If they are some sort of transportation network for these undead that... I mean, obviously you brought us proof they exist. But none of our forces in the 5 years that we've been stationed here have encountered these beings at all. Now, obviously, there have been instances of undead infestations in the past. Those are normally the kind of thing that happens, sometimes when people die violently, or an evil was done, whatnot. Things like that happen. Sometimes, this land itself, it creates all kinds of anomalies and aberrations. It's one of our platinum quests to determine that. So, I'm sure you all understand. And I'm sure as a druid, you probably acutely feel that there's something wrong with the land. So, having said all that, apparently maybe there's some sort of unique undead species on this isle in an area that we have not been able to explore as of yet. The strange thing is, why are we not seeing them down in the tunnels? I'm sorry, what you were saying, Fern?
Oh, I was just going to say that maybe they are over, where that storm is brewing over there in the east?
Yes, I talked with the Archmage, and he agrees. That's his theory too. That perhaps, there's never been any activity out that way, from what our scrying and scouts and stuff can see. But there's obviously something going on that we're unaware of, and apparently there's some sort of enemy, well, we're assuming enemy based upon your report and how they acted, and that they were obviously somehow using necromantic arts to bring forth this undead infestation. What concerns me is that now, on a completely different part of the island, we have this new undead threat. Of an undead type that we've never seen before, that apparently is some sort of arcane-infused Goliath species from the past. Yes.
What if, all of these, humanoids that are trying to get through, maybe they are having to fight and kill those things, and so they're just trying to flee through, and we are just killing them? Has anybody ever tried to have like a true talk or?
No, yes, we've definitely tried communicating with them, and we found all kinds of communications within them, within their ranks from the dead. They have never indicated that they're fighting any other enemy, that they're fleeing anything. Their sole purpose is to follow the instructions of their this strange deity of the bloody eye. Follows and his instructions are to move south and cleanse the island of the interlopers. So it doesn't appear to be. I mean, it's a clever theory, Fern, but based upon the intel that we have, their force is an armed force with nothing but a violent impulse to destroy. They seem to be like. They seem to be beyond any ability to negotiate or any kind of diplomacy. They seem to be possessed of a rage and hatred and darkness, as if they come from a place in their souls of wanting to dominate anything that's not like them. They're basically of a strange variety, like a nation of monsters, but they're not a nation, they're a cult. They act like a cult.
On a slightly unrelated note, what is your opinion on the worms that are burrowing through the mines?
And the Archmage says, "Oh yes, that's right." And he says, "That's right, those stupid worms that you talked about from the trees." The general's like, "Oh, well, that's a new wrinkle, but at least that does potentially confirm a theory that we already had. Now we just need to find evidence of what your tree said to you." Which is... It almost makes it so that mission 2 is more important than mission 1, but because of the timing of the campaign that we're building, we really need you to take on mission 1 first.
Understandable. Yes, Fern?
Before we go down into the mines, like fully to do like the mission and stuff, I would like to try to like talk to like a bat or like a rat, like anything, like any creature, any.
Sure, we can do that tomorrow.
Yeah, before we go out and like.
The Archmage
like,
interrupts you and says, "Oh, I guess no one explains to you that beyond a certain point in the mines, there's almost some sort of strange miasma. It's almost like a low hanging ground, fog on the ground. It doesn't seem to have any effect on the adventurers and the soldiers. But for whatever reason, animal life refuses to go into the areas of the mines. Now it's possible that you still might be able to talk to something that, you know, might know some other creature from years past. It depends on how old the miasma is. We don't know.
So horses don't get taken down into the mines.
The horses are unaffected.
Oh.
But the only horses that have been taken down there have been our horses. It's basically the indigenous life of the cavern system has basically abandoned the area.
Because there's war. Of course they're not going to stick around. Okay, well, I do want to try. something. And I want to have a list of questions to ask before.
Fern, maybe you can talk to some of the horses. Maybe they've noticed things that human eyes haven't.
This is true. A fog miasma. Do you think maybe since there's no plant life growing or stuff, maybe there is a root ball or something? Because the roots cannot go through rock.
Then there would be no root clusters.
I finished
here.
my map.
But this is not.
I hand over the
But this
copy.
isn't.
Okay.
But it's arcane,
You're really
right?
quick at that.
True.
Well, does arcane root clusters do they ignore rock or not?
It struggled to get as far as it has. So all the other trees you've spoken to have been able to identify generally where the root clusters are, and they say there is none here. We are in the mountains. And if you cannot communicate beyond the mountains with your trees, I would imagine the same here. You bring up a good point, I give you that, but if there is one, it is far below any reach of root.
That is true.
General Horvath says, well, whatever the case may be, you've brought to us a lot of information, some of it quite disturbing. Obviously, it's too critical for us to... We're going to try and confirm it, because it's necessary for us to do so, but we can't assume that it's not accurate. We have to act in such a way to assume that it is accurate, that it is true, so that we can set up the proper defense mechanism. I mean, this is a nightmare scenario that you brought to us. It could make everything even worse. Between the worms making secret tunnels and this network of teleporters of undead creatures. Yes, we need to see if we can make this campaign work and push back the undead hordes and hold them back, at least for now, and then come up with another solution later on. I will say this, that some of what you have shared with us, we're going to at first keep top secret. Only with the most important crews are we going to share this information. Have you shared this information with anyone else?
Fulcrum.
Fulcrum from Crystal Hedge.
That's all right. Crystal Hedge is going to be informed about this, as will Steel Dawn. We'll have to send someone in to report to them.
But we have not encountered anyone else since.
Yes.
So, as of now, it's between us 10. Can't count.
Between us, the Archmage, you, and Crystal Dawn.
You mean Crystal Hedge?
Crystal Hedge, yes.
Well, we're going to have these writers sent out as soon as possible tomorrow morning. And we're going to try and accelerate our timetable for getting Mission 1 accomplished. So be ready to go in a moment's notice, if you can.
Okie dokie.
If you think of anything else or have any other questions,
I do have one question. This miasma, I'm looking at the map. Where does the miasma come all the way up to A sector?
yes.
Okay.
To be clear, when we first entered the cave, once we started mining in that area, this was years ago. We encountered the miasma, we didn't recognize it as a miasma. It's a very light, low-hanging fog. Sometimes that is a condensation anomaly that is normal in at least the engineers tell me that the dwarves tell me it's sometimes normal on certain types of underground terrain, and that was what they assumed it was. It wasn't until years later, after we uncovered and accidentally opened up this shitstorm, that we realized that there was basically no life forms in the mines. No one really thought to think of it. No one really, it was honestly a failure of some of our, MGA researchers that they didn't recognize this. So.
Is that like mushrooms or anything? Have you seen like mushrooms? So. Because the three said that there was mushrooms.
Yes, I believe if there are mushrooms, they don't extend very much farther. They don't go all the way into Section A.
That is quite concerning.
Okey-dokey.
I think, what was the theory that you had, Archmage? No, Archmage says, yes, I believe my theory is that the miasma is not miasma is probably the wrong word for it, but then again not. It's not a health-reducing miasma. It's a fear-inducing miasma in
fear?
Yes, in life forms. And for whatever reason, maybe because of the training of the horses, they're resistant to this miasma. But the natural life forms of the creatures that would live in the mines are not resistant to it. Over however long it's been going on over the years, they basically have receded and just choose not to go there as a natural instinct.
Fern.
Have there been any reports of individuals in the mines, miners, explorers or the like, of them having issues with the miasma, being fearful and running?
Fern, when we get ready to go down into the mines, please pay attention to how Chonkapillar is feeling.
Oh, okay.
All right?
Oh, the honka-chonka-chonka-chonk.
I'll go back to RPC.
Yes.
Peace.
So, yes, please pay very close attention to how he's feeling.
Will do.
All right. Well, this seems like a good place to stop. What do you guys think?
Yes. Head back to our tent and contemplate.
Fern goes and finds a tree, and she basically like checks all the trees, much like a dog would. Checks all the trees, walks around all the trees, finds a spot, musses it up, makes a little bed.
Yes, since Chonkapillar is a living thing, at least to my character's knowledge, pay attention to how he's feeling as we make our way down, especially into that miasma.
Yeah. Even though Chonkapillar is technically like, an undead living spirit thing of nature, but I'm sure he will say something.
Oh my goodness.
All right. Well, everyone, it seems some new mysteries have already been brought to light. More food for thought. Your reaction that was pretty awesome. Your reaction when I told you guys the age of those bones was pretty spectacular. Like, you looked utterly stunned.
Yeah.
Well, because isn't 15,000 like the same time as like when the people left the island from far away? And like, isn't
No,
that
you
in, like,
have
your-
you don't have any kind of a history of that. The journal doesn't talk about a time frame of that happening.
I just inserted that into my own memory.
It's 15,000. That's 15 followed by 3 zeros.
Yeah, I thought it was 1,500 at first, and I was like, and then it was like 15,000. Like, DM said what?
Yep. I mean, this is like way older than any of us. Way older
It's
than a lot of
arguably
people.
older than dirt.
It's way older than your
Oh.
mainland civilization, actually.
Yeah. What are you doing to us, Stormy? I don't think I can sleep for.
You're welcome.
They're gonna pull out their
It's-
conspiracy theory board.
Yeah.
No, it's my nights are just going to be. What is happening in this campaign, and then randomly intermixed with art ideas. That's the only thing that's run through my brain throughout the week.
Like, how is my clan connected to this clan 15,000 years ago? Why am I the usurper?
And why the humanoids want Fern?
Yep.
And who is this
Yeah.
this bloody
Why do
eye
they-
cult?
Yeah, why do they want?
Where are
you?
they coming from?
Who are they?
Yep, lots
They're
of
coming
questions,
from somewhere.
lots of mysteries,
I'm so excited.
and a really cool mission to come up.
Yeah, I have to say that I mentioned it when you had stepped away during break. I was telling Starkitty that it's like, oh cool, we're gonna go into the go to the Dolphin mines and we're gonna out. It's like, all right, cool. Seems pretty straightforward theory. Of course, I should have known that there was to it.
You cut out.
I
what?
mean,
There's
You
gonna
should've
be
known.
more
I-
to it.
I imagine there. I feel like I should have known there would. But this is nothing like what I expected, and I am so hyped. Like, this looks like so much fun. Just like, oh.
I'm excited about the new map.
I like that we actually are going to be able to, like, communicate with other groups now, and it's kind of like, even though we are doing our,
Hi, Lucy.
it's like we have some like camaraderie and stuff. Like, I think it's cool.
Got you, boo.
Yes,
Yeah, I think I'm excited.
fantastic.
Super cool. Super cool.
Well,
Oh.
Lucy, thanks for hanging out with us tonight, and Brett, and Aries, and anybody who
Dagoth.
missed Dagoth, of course, Master Dagoth. Love all you guys, and Spud
Yes, you
too.
guys are
Yeah,
great.
appreciate you hanging out with us.
Oh.
If you missed anything, check out the YouTube video. Will be going up Wednesday.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, let me.
For those that are watching on YouTube, and those that are watching now, even though I look over at like chat, like you can tell that I'm looking at chat. Go ahead and like, comment, subscribe, and in the comments below, what are your theories? I would
Yes,
love to
What
read
are
them.
your theories?
Yes.
that would be helpful.
What do you think is happening?
If we can get some likes and some comments going on some of the YouTube videos,
Yes.
we can get
Yes.
a ball rolling. That would be awesome.
Let's do that. I would love to hear what some of y'all think about what is happening. Because
Yes, please share your conspiracy theories,
yes.
Yeah.
but don't give the DM ideas.
That's impossible.
There's a Discord channel for that.
Excellent.
Well,
Alrighty.
alrighty. Well, with that said, thank you guys so much. I appreciate you hanging out with us, and we are gonna sign off for tonight. We'll catch you next time. Have a good one.
All hail Chonkapillar.
All hail, Chonka
Hail, hail,
Pillar.
Chonkapillar.
Chonkapillar.